Okay, we are live.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to call this meeting to order. It is the resumption of the November 22nd hearing where we did not complete the docket, and so we will carry on with the remaining items today. And I'd like to acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe Ojibwe, Innu, Cree, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation and Treaty 3 territory. The members of the panel with me today consist only of Lynn Nesbitt. Marla Billinghurst is unable to join us again today. Our assessor today is Jeremy Pohl, and the hearing secretary is Stephen Lunn. To the Zoom participants of the hearing, please note, you're placed in the waiting room until your property is called upon. When it is your turn, you will be admitted into the meeting. Kindly follow along on the City of Winnipeg's Board of Revision YouTube channel for the hearing process. Once the host admits you into the hearing, please close or mute your YouTube player. You will then be permitted to speak with respect to your property. Once your hearing has concluded, you can leave the meeting. We will be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and the City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the municipal board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony, followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all of the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed and recorded and will be part of the public record. We will be hearing items 1 through 6 on our docket today, so we will start with items 3 and 4. And Mr. Lund, could you please affirm the assessor's and applicant's testimony?
Assessor, please stand and please state your full name.
Jeremy Ryan Pohl.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. And Mrs. Slaughter, please state your full name.
Rod Slaughter.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Okay, now just give me a minute to find the documentation. Are there any preliminary matters with respect to any of the items today? And most specifically with 3 and 4 where we're starting. Anything that is an issue to begin with?
No, not from our side. Thank you. Not really, no.
All right. In that case, we'll be beginning with the assessor.
Roll number is for file 221177. The roll number is 1209299720. Civic address is 360 Mill Street. We have a 2023 assessed value for $174,550,000. It was built in 1990. Leasable area we have is roughly 623,319 square feet. On the following page, on page 3, I'll just kind of go through the walkthrough through the building, or information on the building. This is straight from the property owner's website. 360 Main highlighted, and this is all highlighted main points. I'm not reading through everything. It's just for your leisure. So owned and operated by Artist REIT. It's a Bowen Best certified Class A building with a LEED Gold certification. Typically, that's the highest you would get in the marketplace. We just dealt with the hydro tower, hydro building, which is a completely different animal itself. It's LEED Platinum, but it's one of a kind. So, and this here, it's LEED Gold, which is pretty much the highest you get within the marketplace in Winnipeg. So, if we skip over to page 30 on page 12, aerial photo of the property. It's at Portage, Maine. We all know, I think we all know what the building we're talking about. It sits on top of the 299 4th Street Parkade, which Artist REIT also owns as well now. So as we go along, you just look through the pictures, and there's many. Again, it's LEED Gold, recertified as that after they had a building upgrade. They redid the entire exterior of the building. The building envelope was done. You go through, you see that they have exercise amenity rooms. The concourse area is also on this roll. And just so we're clear, it's the concourse area, the lower level concourse area, not the upper concourse area. The new addition that they put on is separate. We're not dealing with that today. So if we go through page 20, there's a little bit of write up from if you look at page 21, it's just basically advertising of what this site is. With the Class A building as such, there's a lot of market on it, there's a lot of info on it, as they're leasing to a large marketplace. They want people knowing what's there. So on page 27, we see that the attributes are that it is a gross leasable area of approximately 600,000 square feet is what they're advertising to us, or I should say to the marketplace. And there's a little bit of variance in the area. I think we have 623,000. You would expect that in a building this size, you're going to have a bit of a variance as you go along through it. And we'll get through the reasons for that as we go. So. And of course, they have control of a parkade, a large parkade underneath the building as well. So to go through here, just you can read it at your own pace if you like when you're deliberating. I'm not going to go through everything. 2018, they obviously redid the building. Like I mentioned, they have a new building, 6-bedroom building envelope that was put on. Obviously allowed them to get their LEED Gold certification from Bowen. On page 32, we have some leasing details within the building. Typically, floors 1 through 16, they're asking $20 to get into the building. Above that, 17 and onwards, you're looking at $22. And then your operating expenses and costs are there as well at 13. Excuse me, at 13.42, taxes at 5.42. And again, they have control over the parkade, which isn't on the roll today, but the rates are associated there as well. And again, it's a well-performing parkade given the supply and demand of the towers that sit on top of it. So, as we see, typical floor layout on the next page, on page 33, it is not square, but it does not impede the performance at all. That had some arguments from other agents that unless you're a certain configuration that for places that aren't square, don't be so great. Sorry, that's not the case. As we can see from the premier buildings in the city, has no issues. So, moving along, we turn over to page 36 again. Just more advertising for the building at the same square foot rates. We just spoke to. On page 38 is the renovation, which is not inclusive of this appeal, but they put a new concourse area on top of the old one. Essentially, they put good light in and the restaurant rolls. The new tower is obviously gone up on the building site across from it. But artistry's operating as one. It is one roll number. It's one block. There's several roll numbers on it, but that's not under today. But inclusive of that, advertising on page 41 shows the vacancy that's being offered to the marketplace, approaching the reference date at about 97,000 square feet into 510,000 square feet, equals about 17% vacancy. The concourse area is inclusive of the 600,000 square feet, and we'll get into that a bit. I just want to cover this before we move on to that. So as you can see, the leasing rates that we have. Again, on the next page, page 42, we see directly below, highlighted in yellow, 360 Main, 31-story, 550,000 square foot tower. So the concourse area is about, depending on how you look at it, it's about 75 to some 1,000 square feet. And then the concourse area itself on the next page, asking for $25 a square foot. And you see again, the new section that they put on top of, which is again not in this rule, but they're advertising it all the same here. So the next few pages is just what's going up alongside it. Just a bit of background. They obviously pretty well known. I think they bought the arcade and there's a building site on top of it. So they're developing the building as such. So from page 51 and moving onward, we're getting into the permits that are associated with the parkade and the concourse, not the tower that's going up, not the new tower, not the new addition on top of the old concourse. So that's been excluded. This is simply a look back to what's been put into the building for the roll number as it sits. So as we see, it's a little small, I apologize, but there's only one way to put it on one page. So between 1999 and 2004, and I looked at it in 5-year blocks kind of thing. They put over 7.5 million into the property and capital investments in 2004 to 2009. Again, it's good for $9 million. On page 54, 2010 to 2014, about $11 million. And then from 2015 to the reference date of 2021. We're looking at about $62 million that they put into the building. Of course, that's inclusive of the building envelope. That's the major addition, obviously, major improvement. So as we can see, there has been a lot of investment into the building. This is to improve the building. I watched a good feed on it where you had the CEO indicate that they did all this to make it more competitive, reduce costs as far as occupancy costs for tenants. And of course, we got the LEED gold certification afterwards. So, so as we go along, on page 56, starting and onwards, there's just a few of the permits, a few of the larger permits indicating what's been done. So as we go through, we can get into the individual permits, but I don't think we really need to. Most of them are tenant fit ups, improvements to the spaces, and again with the building envelope put onto it, so that would be a large portion of that as well. Declared construction values of one of the pages as well highlighted. On page 69, sale history of the property. This property was purchased outright, including with the parkade below hand. I've looked at this as part of an appeal that was to go to the municipal board for 299 for the parkade below. The sale itself that they're speaking to, they now acquired 100% ownership they announced in 2010 of the property. They acquired 62% interest of the remaining 62% interest in the Class A office tower. At that time, the CEO declared that they believed it was the best property when built for office property. So that's highlighted in yellow. As we move along, Attached is the certificate of title, which of course we looked at as I investigated the sale. This award that we had turning to, or we had planned, which was ultimately withdrawn, it never was first. So, page 99, or sorry, 89 is a bit of a synopsis, a couple pages abstract from the brief that I had prepared. It speaks to the air rights. When they bought the property outright, there was an air lease in place, air rights lease in place, and that was a charge that the artistry was paying. But because they bought to the city, but because they bought the arcade underneath it, they effectively ended that. But as we went along, and I verified this, they were paying, we still one hand to the other. When I called the representative on the I need to investigate wiring because this doesn't make any sense anymore. You're essentially the same. It just said it's just on the books. It's one hand paying the other. It's no longer a rent that's being paid anymore. So as we go through, it just confirms that. So that will come up for the non-recoverables as we go along. So if we go along, that air rights lease, just so we're clear on page 90, was $326,076 at the time of sale. I believe within a year or two, it was going to be reviewed, and there was a lease in place, or air rights lease in place that would be formulated based on the land value at the time. So it was going to be going up, depending on what your interpretation of land value was. It was going to go up maybe 100,000, maybe a bit above that, depending on what it was. But of course, it never did happen because they bought the parking. So moving on from there is page 91. It's the IE that's submitted. Artistry always submits the financials and the rent roll. They don't fill out the IE, so we have that attached. COVID form is on the next couple pages. Is indicated they considered a significant impact. As you see, they attached. Leave that to yourselves. Two tenants did close within the concourse area, which was the Pizza Hut line and the Starbucks. So those two tenants left. There's since recuperated one tenant on the space that Starbucks and I'm not sure I don't think it was Starbucks yet. I think that's so big. So as we go along, we'll see the financials on the next page. Page 96. Highlighted in yellow is the commercial office rent and the retail. I'd like to point out, artistry does not give a potential gross income. They just show a potential gross income and then a vacancy loss, and when we see what they show as a collected rent. So we don't know what the PGI is with the associated vacancy loss. They're just showing what the actual collected rent is. So when you're looking at that, please keep that in mind. It makes a big difference, especially in the property. So as we can see, the office rent is approximately 7.5 million. The retail rent, which is again the concourse area, is approximately 1.3 million. We have free rent in place, which isn't that much, at about 36,000. And then we have COVID relief, which is about almost 200,000. So that's what they're reporting. As we go along here on page 97, one thing that stands out is that they're amortizing capital costs, and you would expect that. There's a big building, they did a lot of renovations, there's a lot of TI improvements, there's a lot of capital invested in the building. It shows that in the permits, that's why I brought the summary in. And they're amortizing that out. Again, we don't include capital costs. Capital costs aren't part of an operating, they're not an operating cost. They're not an operating expense. That is something that is applicable by that. And it's a capital cost, which we have case law indicate we do not include. So whether they include it as a lump sum or they include it as an amortized cost, which you would, because obviously whether you're doing for a large investment, you would not be taking that off of a net income to take that off of what you're taking. You should be extracting that out. But because they're looking at it from their financial This isn't prepared for assessment purposes. This is just prepared for their day-to-day operation. So it's fine. They're not doing anything wrong putting it in. But the assessor would have to take an eye to this to remove it because it shouldn't be included. So from that, that's approximately a little over $1 million. Amortized cost for that. So on the next page, page 98, you see the non-recoverable costs. Even so, they have 329,964 for non-recoverables. Artistry typically operates their buildings, from what I reviewed, on an approaching near zero non-recoverables, meaning all recoverables are captured. When you look at this income stream, even 300,000 or some odd dollars is reasonable, very reasonable, but realistically, this includes the ARS lease. So that's something that is, again, paid from one hand to the other. They're the same ownership group. That was on for a long time before they acquired the parkade. And after I investigated with the ownership, what they held out on I think it was Amanda, held up, he's going back here, so we don't call him kind of names, indicated that this would be in place moving forward. So we see it here today. So the next pages are the rent rolls. As you can see, it is a lot. It's a huge building. I printed these out as best I could. As you can see, anywhere highlighted in yellow, you see the rental rates that are appropriate. You see that there are steps up in place. Please read through the rental, get a good feel for it. Anything out of line highlighted in red, I want you to get a general feel that when you're in this building, you're paying $20, $19, $22, in around that range. So, and if you're not paying that range, usually you're an anchor tenant of some rent, and as you go through the step ups, you can see that coming back to market. So you can put through the I should say the rental if you want. I'm not going to do it all for brevity. It's a lot of we do every single tenant. But if you turn to page 113, where I want to focus on. They obviously have an internal coding for their clients, for how they're running their business, and that's fine. I can't really make a determination where the office vacancy is and where the concourse vacancy is. You can see where it says vacant for the units. They just have numbers. I really can't use this. They're not explaining where it is lead to myself, to the assessor. It's very difficult to ascertain where the vacancy is, whether it's office, retail, they don't break it out. They operate it as one economic unit, obviously. So there is, and we go through, there is quite a lot of vacant spaces, as you can see. So vacant spaces are listed at the back and stopped at 120. And if you look at the general summary on page 121, you do the math on that, they're approximately 35% vacant when you incorporate both the concourse area and tower. Having said that, we know that some of the concourse area is vacant because they're putting up an you can walk through it, they have some boarded up. Some of that vacancy is allotted to construction up in the building on top of that site. If you go through the building, if you go through the building itself, and I have done this on prior appeal, the former agent, they had a lot of spaces being reserved, and we went through some of them. We didn't go through all of them because there was just so much, and it was being reserved for anchor tenants that were being fit up to them. And obviously CRA was one of them that moved from Broadway to here. So a lot of the spaces that you see are being held back because there's already commitments in place, and that's what I was getting into in the study as well, as far as what we determined what was actually not occupied within the INEs versus what the actual marketplace is being held out to versus advertising exposure from the Johnson report and property owners who were advertising their spaces. So not all these spaces were being advertised because they already had commitments to them and so forth. So just pause on that moment. Obviously, your income streams are going to be artificially lowered. If you're reserving a lot amount of space, you're not collecting that rent on it yet. You're putting in TIs, you're putting in capital investments that you see on the INEs. There's vacancy associated with the tower that's going up. What you're reporting, you're seeing here today for the 2020 years, obviously, in a few years, obviously going to be taken downwards, but it's going to be have to make adjustments for. When we're looking at this, and I'm looking at this, unless they're giving us a PGI starting point with their vacancy rates, it would have been nice to see the retail broken out from the office. You can start working through that. You can see that, especially from year to year to year to year. So this building here, again, it's operating with one economic unit. Internal coding for different spaces makes it very difficult to determine what's office, what's retail, although the majority of it is going to be office, given the size. So from that, I will stop on the subject property. I'll move over to page 121, which is just some direct capitalization rates. And again, I think we spoke to this already, but I'll speak to it quickly. There was no real sale. It was not a wide bonus. There never is for investment grade properties, but these are the most recent sales that can be reviewed. And this is the direct evidence they have. They have the best evidence for marketplace. Again, they're a bit removed from the reference date, one being in April 1st, 2014, which is 24 grand. And we have a cap rate hovering around 6.3% for a B prime, a good prime building. Again, this is an A, premium A, but it's still 6.3%. 220 Portage, again, bought by Artistry in 2013. It was expected to be a large vacancy with a slight leaving. And when they bought this, essentially what happened was they purchased the building and they renovated the building. That's great. Was like what happened was Artistry was in 360 Main, and we moved out of 360 Main, renovated, moved into the 220 Portage. And the space that they left, the lower half of 360 Main, CRA absorbed most of that, and it was just a matter of transition between the two. So good management, obviously. If you go through 220 Portage, which we'll get to today, hopefully. We'll go through what the building was turned into, and it's a very nice building. So when I went through this property, we had a cap rate of 6%. So I believe they go to the subject property, the property for 220 Portage, I think they put 6.4%. So independently then they reported 6.4% with the new, obviously, income stream they've projecting versus the one that the assessor did, and 6 or 6.4%. I think it's pretty reasonable both of us. On the next few pages, not really going to get into this in much detail other than from page 124 to 126. We don't do tenant details. Again, no free rent, no tenant allowances, no leasing commissions, leasing costs. That's not something we encapsulate in our assessment work. There's numerous orders that say we don't. I haven't reviewed one that says yes, please do. Until I see one, I'm not going to be looking at that. There's a reason why I don't look post reference, because we have case law that says don't. It's a full stop right there. Same way we don't compare assessments. It's a full stop right there. I'm not sure why tenant inducements aren't being treated the same way at the revision level. When I make it back up to the municipal board and come into play again, they're going to make them to play. It's usually a full stop. We don't even go explore that. Same way as capital investment, capital costs, same idea. So that may come up here today, and I have a rebuttal on that, but I'll just put my 2 cents in now. We don't do capital costs either. That's an improvement to the building. That's not an operating cost. And essentially, if you improve the building, you improve the performance of the building, like the building, which incorporates in the cap and should overall cap. And of course, if you're making improvements, you're improving the building, which makes the building more marketable. So we don't just look at capital costs for the normal day-to-day operating or annual operating income. So even if they would amortize out capital costs, such as a heavy investment vehicles, this property is, we don't do that. So all right, after saying all that, we can go back to the actual income stream. I would start on pages 5. I'll just wait for everyone to catch up.
Yeah, and there.
All right. Pages 5 in the income stream for the concourse area. We have a model rate at $25.18. I felt no need to make an adjustment for that. I have comparables that I'll show in a minute. Our vacancy rate is 10%. The PGI is 1,612,496. Our vacancy rate is 10%. Our expenses are not recoverable at 3%. Our shortfall is at $60, and that produces a net operating income of $1,305,272, capped at 7%. Gives us $18,646,743, or rounded to $647,000. So on the next page is on page 7, an office tower. So you can see for approximately 559,000 square feet, we have a $20.87 rent. That produces a GI of $11,673,541. And again, our standard parameters apply. Vacancy at 10%, expenses at 3%, shortfall at $15. Again, this is the often shortfall, not the retail shortfall, but realistically, it should be about the same. Given the nature of the site. So that gives us a net operating income of $9,352,057, capped at 6%. Gives us $155,867,670, or rounded $155,868,000. On the next page is the summary of the two, which adds up to $174,515,000. I'll go to the rent study and I'll go quickly over it. Not going to get into the depth of what I've already covered. I believe you already have it. You have the argument, you have the commentary, but I will just review the weighted average, $19.21. Again, weighted average. This is at that time. I'll give you a minute. Give me a chance to my way. So again, $19.21. In the year 2020, $19.95 or 94 cents for the average for 2020, but stabilized again over the 3 years, $19.21. I'm not going to go through the Johnson report. You already have that data. We will go through 360 Main. 360 Main is the first comparable on page 4 of the study, or 130 of the PDF brief. So as you can see, hovering along here, they're at 1971, 2060, and 1946 for 2015 to 2017, from 2018 to 2019. They're at 20, 21, 51, 19, 20 for an average of $20.36. You see that there is no vacancy being reported because they report the global, but they don't report a breakdown of what it is. So I can't really incorporate it into it. We know that the vacancy was hovering around 30-35% given the moves of the building that they were making. But again, unless they give a more detailed breakdown, it's actually what's retail and what's office, gets a little difficult. So, and as you can see, we have the shortfall in the recoveries as we are showing. There have approximately 3.4%, 4%, 3% for non-recoverables for 2015 to 2017, and then 2018 to 2020 at 4%, 3.4%, and 1.6%. So the average for that is again 3%. So with that, I'll move from the office component over to the concourse area. And again, we have 94 comparables. So a good snapshot of the marketplace. And we see for 107,000 somewhat square feet, the average area size is about 1,100 square feet or so. We have an average rent of $65 a square foot, and then a weighted average of 31 and a median of 32. Again, the average is a little high because if you look at some of the series spaces, they are small. And his property itself does have a lot of, if you go to the food court, there's a lot of smaller spaces there. And then if you go to the other end of the concourse area, there's larger spaces. So it has a mix. So overall, when we have the rest that we have put in place, I think it's pretty reasonable. It's under the average. So.
Could you repeat that weighted average?
It's on page, it's on page 131 or 133. Average is $65, weighted average is 31, and median is 32. And maybe I'll stop on it. Typically, you want to see all those three numbers very close together. If you were looking at, everything being equal kind of thing, and it usually produces a very good result. But because the way the concourse areas work, like I said, even the subject property, you have large spaces, you have small spaces. A small space, 200-300 square feet, is going to get a really high rate per square foot versus a larger space like a Shoppers. It just plays out that way. So given that the concourse area is a mix of both, these are good comparables to use for either or. So from that, again, we see, and I just want to touch base. I don't really want to get into much more of the study. You've already heard the study. We're not putting the vacancy issue was an issue, whether we're using the 10% of the grade or not that I found. We're not encapsulating spaces that have been reserved for market. If it's committed spaces, they're not collecting rent on it, or if they're just amalgamating, there's going to be a bit of loss associated with all those moves, but the long-term projection for that is greater. So anyone who's going to be investing in this property is going to look and see a 35% vacancy and a premium OFA. I think that's going to be an investment horizon into the future. So a little bit more realism on that. So from that, I think our assessment is very reasonably well laid out and proved. So 174,515, I think it should be confirmed here today. Without any questions.
Mr. Slaughter, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pohl, we'll start with the study again, and I'm not going to go into this deep because we spent a lot of time talking on the Tuesday, but I just want to touch upon a few points. We talked last week about what the study includes and doesn't include, and in given years, it's inclusive of step-ups, but it's not including rents that didn't step up that weren't negotiated in those years.
Changes of rent, yes.
And you mentioned that you don't consider anything from Q1 21. Okay. And but our reference date is April 1st, 2021.
Correct, but like I have highlighted in the commentary, there's no way for me to include that, as that gathering of that information, the timing of that information comes on the next assessment IE. So when I'm looking at that, I take the order for that we received in the tax decision. This is where they were taking the next year taxes and trying to put it into the income, into the item expenses for the reference year, and that was a full stop no on that. I'm looking at every year in relationship to the year itself, so I wouldn't be looking at 2021 year unless I have full access to it with enough time to do it. And then I'm also looking at the vacancy for the full year. I'm looking at the expenses for the full year. I'm looking at the rents in place for the full year.
Sorry, Mr. Pohl, just to be clear, my question was just Q1 21, which is within the reference date. That's all, not the full.
No, I'm not saying it's not within the reference date, it is, but by the time that we get our IE data back, I can't look at it and incorporate it in the study. And then foremost, how do you determine what expenses occur within a calendar year when you're looking at a portion of the year? It's not something that I'm looking to do because you can't do it in a complete way.
Okay. So we talked about in this study that there was a number of rents included that we don't see here, but one of the rents, I believe, that was included in the study that pertains to the subject property is the CRA lease at the time that was 63,000 square feet. And I believe that was it was entered as the semi-gross rent was entered as the net. But you've since made that correction to bring it down to net. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, just so we're clear, the last hearing we just had, we had private discussion before, and I asked you this question last hearing. I removed the CRA space, and there was a nominal change to the outcome of the study. Like it didn't change really at all because I'm doing such a a volume of the whole populace. It's not gonna, one tenant shouldn't change unless you're looking at only a small portion, meaning 10, 11 rents, 5 rents. If you take 1 or 2 of the rents out, you could have a dramatic change to your result. But when you're looking at a study that's constructed the way that it is, that shouldn't occur. So, and it didn't occur. So, but getting back to the main point of that rent on their IE roll, and you can look at it. They declared it as net on one side, and then they show that on the recoveries, they're not recovering quite as much as the rest of the building. So clearly it stands out. But they're also showing on that IE that they're only in there for 3 years. We know full well that they did move from Broadway to here, the subject property for a 3-year rent. That's interim rent, interim lease. There is a long-term lease in place. So I don't have access to that. If you look at the rent rolls, the rent roll that's being shown, Artistry does a very good job of showing the rents that are in place, the step ups that are expected to occur, and the length of the leases. They didn't do it in this case here. So
you kind of answered my next question, Mr. Paul, which is that back in 2019, you mentioned you inspected the property and were well aware that space was being held for the expansion of the CRA lease, correct?
Yep.
And that this 2009 lease that you put in your study that stepped up in 2018 for 2 years, or 2019, would be superseded.
Clearly it's stuck out. You're not going to have an anchor tenant like that 230 building and only be in there for 3 years when you're investing the tenant improvements that you do.
Okay, and it was superseded as of January 121, but again, that would not be considered at all in your
I
analysis.
don't have that data. I don't actively look past the 2020 year. I don't think I should be looking at anything that I would consider post-reference or not available to look at it in a complete way. And given the fact that, you know, assessments used to be done on a reference year, now we do it on a reference date. It does, that 3-month block is not post-reference, but by the time we get that information back, they can be incorporated into our role. And we're not looking at a complete year. So I think there's a good order to get a tax decision from this board, which highlights that. So we can follow that apologies.
You made mention a number of times last Tuesday that this study is something that's never been contemplated or done before by the city of Winnipeg.
Never been done like this, no.
Okay. But the city of Winnipeg does collect all of these rents on an annual basis and on a biannual basis for the assessments. They will enter all of these rents into a CAMA model, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that CAMA model is then reviewed by expert modelers through linear regression analysis to determine variables and the effects of those variables based on the data. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So really, this isn't new. This is kind of more of a simplified version of the model.
No, the modelers do what they're doing unto themselves. I'm doing this for when we get the information for modeling. I vet through everything on a percent change review. We look at the properties that come out. We get to as many as we can. Obviously, the Class A and Class B portfolio get appealed heavily. We're looking at them. And I'm looking for changes to see if it's in reflection with. So as I go through here, I would vet all the assessment model values, parameters through this study for the first time and ensure that they are correct. And if there's any adjustments that I feel that need to be made, I would be making them at that time, and then the role would be released. So for as far as this has never been done at appeal. As far as our CAMA systems, all the CAMA systems, whether you use the current one or the older ones, they do a similar thing, but it's this is all hands-on from myself and the assessor, clearly from a board assessor looking at everything and the case law in mind and what I feel the market should be. So
you mentioned in a previous hearing that through your diligence in the study, you had made adjustments to the CAMA model rents or allowances. Has that occurred with subject property?
I don't believe I did anything with this.
Okay, so you're not considering the conclusions of your study in your presentation that you're asking, or in your evaluation?
No, let me be clear. I'm looking at the model as the numbers are coming at us. I'm looking through, is it reasonable, is it dependable? And then I do that based on my own separate independent analysis of the marketplace. I don't use any CAMA, any regret, none of that. What I simply look is individually, I go through each and every single IE. I go through the tenant roles, I go through the financial data, and I create my own spreadsheets. which you see basically here in front of you.
Yeah.
So I vet whatever they come out. So if it is out of line, I may make an adjustment, but typically what I found was pretty accurate overall.
Okay, page 1 of your brief, you mentioned this in your submission, and thank you, that your leasable area is 623,319. And then you went through subsequent pages, multiple pages, I think there's 20, 27, pages, 20, 27, 36, 42, etc., where the stated leasable area was considerably less, about 23,000 square feet less.
Approximately, as it hovers around that, around 600,000 square feet is what's basically been shown. There was one that showed 550 for the tower, and obviously the concourse area would be in addition to that area. But for a building of this size, I would expect a bit of fluctuation on 600 plus thousand square feet. You're not going to have the same amount every single year, especially with the heavy investment they have for the tenant improvements for the tenants that are coming in.
Yeah, I mean, the fluctuation, you're right, exists, but it's within about 1,000 square feet, plus and minus, about 500 square feet on either side. So would you agree that 23,000 square feet is quite a variance?
On 600,000 square feet, not really. You're looking at that. I'll just give you
Well, I can help you with the math on that if that's what you're calculating, the value difference of 23,000 feet.
You're looking at about 3.7%.
Yeah, which is about $6.5 million based on your assessment.
I understand the numerical value on that, but literally it's under a 95% confidence interval. I always look at it as a 95%. That's kind of like the extreme end. If it's anything over than that, then that's something that's a variable that may be better suited to look at. But when you're looking at a building leasable area of this size hovering around 3% plus or minus, that's not that great.
Okay.
Considering the scope of the size of the industry.
Do you know where the 623,319 comes from?
Simply off the rent rolls that are being shown to us over the years, as well as
No, I don't think so.
no. See, and this is why I made it clear. I highlighted it. We have on the last one, we have 552,095 square feet, but we know that can't be such.
So you don't have it from the rent rolls. You don't
I
have it
have
from
advertised at 600,000 square feet, and they're literally 50,000 or so off what they're declaring to the public.
Okay.
And when we go through the building, I sat down with the building manager with the former agent. I can't remember the gentleman's name. We sat with at Bill Starbucks, and it was roughly around 600,000 square feet. But he couldn't pin it down either because when you walk through the building, it's gigantic.
Okay, I don't want to spend much time on this, but to just to confirm here, we don't have any basis for the 623,319 square feet.
Other than it's been reported to us and showing us at 600,000.
All right, and what's reported to you is less. And okay,
But it's even what's been reported to us is far less than what they're advertising to the general public. And no, it's not that well. And I think what really played into it is all the space that's being renovated and improved, plus the building that's going out. You know,
you mentioned that it was difficult to ascertain the vacancy in this property because of the combination of the office and the concourse, I guess, in the rent roll and income statement. On page 41 of your evidence, you show the spaces immediately available. And in last hearing, we talked a lot about this, that sometimes space isn't shown on these marketing brochures because it might not be deemed as leasable. But this is in fact shown in the tower, and you calculated that's 17.3%. So would this not be considered at all in your site-specific valuation?
as far as what's being advertised, yeah, no, I that's why it's highlighted in yellow.
Yeah.
But as far as when I'm doing the study, I'm doing what the owners are holding out. That's why you don't see it, as I pointed out on the study. I can't go through the true and verified source, the subject property, and what they're holding out to us to be vacant, because it really it's in another code where I can't break that out. So that's why I pointed that out. But as far as when I'm going through an appeal brief, I can, when I'm doing my due diligence for the appeal, I'm looking to see what they're advertising in the marketplace, and this is what they're holding out to the marketplace. So if you want to increase it to 600,000 square feet with a concourse area, you want to put 622,000 square feet or whatever value you feel that actual leasable area is. This is what they're holding out to us for to the public, I should say, for office tower space. So
For the office tower, correct? Just the office tower. Yeah.
for what it indicates on what's being bid on.
And you'd agree that's considerably higher than your market vacancy allowance that you applied.
Yeah, I've already spoken with it.
On page 7, please. So this is the
7.
Yeah, it's page 7. This is the, now we confirm, this is the model generated rents. This has nothing to do with your conclusions from your study, nor the actual performance of the property. Is that correct?
This is what the model that came through modeling. It was vetted through me, and I think that this was reasonable, and I loved it as such. If I needed to change anything, I would be looking at that.
So we have, as of the reference date, actually as of January 121, and the knowledge of this predates that by 3 or 4 years. We have now a consolidated space in the property of CRA of 133,000 square feet. Can you tell us from this, because it doesn't show unit numbers nor tenants, can you tell us which space might be included in the 133,000 CRA?
I couldn't do that because from my understanding, I mean, I could be bringing that in if that's requested. It's not something typical. I would have to go through every single pin, and these pins are related to obviously the premise that business may occupy, and there'd be a bid associated with it. And once I would correlate the two, I could show you each and every one, but that's not typical of what we would do in appeal. That'd be side of the scope of it, I would feel. But again, depending on when we go through it and we catch all the CRA spaces, we may put it as one bid, and we may turn this into one bid, or we may go full plate by full plate, or whatever works out to be. So
Okay.
at this point, I couldn't do that.
You can't do it. Okay, thank you. I won't ask the panel to turn back to this, but just to reiterate in the study, I believe the conclusion on the shortfall or the recoverable expenses for the property over the 3 years, 2018 to 2020, was 1996 a square foot. So that's about right. And that seems in keeping with Class A towers. That's typically the canon tax expense.
Yeah.
Yeah. On page 8 of your presentation, you mentioned the shortfall rate applied is $15 a square foot. Would you agree then that based on your conclusions, that's low?
$15 for the tower, $16 for the retail space. And like I stated in other hearings, other appeals, I'm just looking at the 6 that are which are not owner occupied. There are a few that are, which would be looking at all of it, whether it be owner occupied or tenant occupied, because the cost that would cost to run the building would be the same, whether they're paid by the tenant or whether they're paid by the owner. So their numbers may be a bit more accurate as far as because they're encapsulating some of the buildings that I have looked at. But realistically, this is the 6 buildings I rent, and that's what it's coming at. I also cross-reference that to the Johnson report, which does give indication of that, and which you can see on my page 4 of the study. I'll turn to it. It's in the brief too, but I don't have innovation on 4, obviously. But also you see on the last page of it, on page 6 of the study, you see the cabinet tax what's being associated with it as well. So I feel my numbers are in line with what being advertised.
Thank you. Page 55, your evidence. You've put in basically every permit taken out on the property since 2000. And on page 55, you indicate the permits taken out since 2015. With the exception of the 2016 recladding that's near the top of $20 million, you'd agree that most of, if not all of the other permits relate to tenant improvements, fit-ups of the tenants?
Generally, yeah, there are some exterior, but generally, yes.
Okay.
And I brought in the major one.
And like we discussed with 201 Portage then, it was a similar circumstance, but in that case, actually the capital improvement cost was far less. It's just the refurbishment of the lobby. Would you agree that now we're starting to see a pattern that it isn't just one building spending a lot of money, but all of the market needing to spend money to keep ahead of the competition, to keep their heads above water?
I would say that given, let me I have to answer this in a bit more detail. These are Class A office buildings. They control the marketplace. In order to control the marketplace, you have to invest in your property. That's where you see the level of investment in the property, because you know you can get that money out of the property. And you do that by making sure your property is as competitive as can be. So what you see here is other properties, to mortgage this property here, doing the same. So they're investing heavily in the property. And when we're looking at it, we're not looking at capital investment. We're not taking that out or including that in the income stream, because we're trying to determine what a net operating income is. An operating expense, operating income, and coming up with a net operating income. So if there's capital investments on that, you're excluding that from that, because that's not part of it. But the reality is, when you do those capital investments, you improve your property, you improve your tenancy ability, you improve the rental rate that you're getting on, you improve the long-term horizon projection that you can get on it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be doing it. So now that you see what you're looking at, if you're looking at it on a reference date, standing on a reference date, this is what's been done to the building. A purchaser would be into that, would see that, and an owner who having already done that would be reflective of that of the price that they would be expected to get based on the income stream that we take.
The value of these tenant improvements, you agree, is borne in the rents that are being used in both of our valuations, because they're the basis of your study. So you'd agree that most of this tenant improvement is already borne in the valuation.
One way to look at it, I would look at it, just so we're clear, I'm looking at it on a fee simple basis, not I'm examining the leasehold, obviously. I'm looking at a fee simple. Well, I'm valuing it based on a fee simple, what the marketplace would pay. So if you're looking at it from a strictly, we should only be valuing the leasehold interest. I don't necessarily agree with that, because we're valuing a reflection of what this property can generate, not with the leases and contracts that are in place.
So just because
having said that,
I didn't say anything like that.
But just so we're clear, when you improve your property, you do have contract rents that are in place, and that is a projection of what you feel you're going to get back from the rents that are in place. So, or projection of market, what you feel you can get in.
On page 70, you talked about when artists acquired the full interest of the property. And you have highlighted at the bottom that was in June 30th, 2010, they acquired 62% of the interest, or they acquired the rest of the interest in the tower. And it mentions third line from the bottom that at the time the cap rate was 8%. But you would agree that we would not give that any weight for two reasons. One, that is about a decade before our reference date. And number two, it's a partial interest sale, which the IAAO has been very clear that we should be cautious, if not ignore.
I'll answer that two ways. The IAAO, I hear what you're referencing, but typically when you're buying properties like this, it's always a REIT, it's always a share, it's always that. Like, you don't have an individual or a small, like, it's 100. These are all $100 million plus buildings, so you're going to have that kind of sale. We can't look at that. I don't see how you can come up ever with a cap rate. Now, having said that, when we go to municipal board, there's case law in place that we can look at these. So until I see something where we say otherwise, an outside purpose of our jurisdictional exception, which should be implied here for assessment purposes, an appraisal may be warranted not to look at that, but for our purposes for assessment, I don't feel that to be the case.
So do we look at 8% cap rate as indication of this?
Let me answer the second part of that. This is far removed. I wouldn't be looking at the capitalization rate for that, because quite frankly, it's a decade removed. Interest rates have gone down. Market is different than what it was at that point. But what I'm trying to highlight here is that the ownership group indicated that they felt it was the best building in Winnipeg to own at that point in time. So this building is a premium, and you can argue now, was at rent, you can argue that it is one of the three premiums. So I don't see how that wouldn't be a warranted thing to put in an assessment brief. You see that the ownership group feels that they're declaring to their shareholders, we bought the best building.
Yeah, and I agree 100% with you, Mr. Paul. Those are valid reasons not to say that the cap rate should be 8% of the subject. But you brought in 2 sales in your evidence, and you'd agree both of those sales were also very aged, 2013 and 2014, I believe. And they were both partial interest transactions.
Yeah.
So should we be giving any weight to those?
Again, I already spoke, one's a partial interest at 240 grand. The 220 portage, the largest street buying 220 portage, and it's 2 share sales of 50%. So they take part in full ownership of the building.
That's usually what happens in a partial interest sale.
No, but there's been a few words 50-50 for a while, and then you acquire the other. Obviously, you see here where they acquired 62% of the other interest in 360 Main, so they didn't have all at once purchase. But again, these are large investment grade properties that don't trade hands every single few assessment cycles. They're bought to own because you want investment money that generates out of them. You don't typically would trade them every few some odd years. It'd be great for assessment purposes, but I don't think the market quite, tax appeal time. I don't think they're really great.
Okay, thank you. On page 93 to 95, you had included the COVID questionnaire that the city issued to all property owners. And you had concluded from their answers that the property was significantly impacted.
That's what they stated.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is this reflected at all in this assessment or any assessment? Were the conclusions of this recognized in the valuation as of April 1st, 2021?
Excuse me. What I typically found when I was going through these as they come up typically was a minor impact. Some indicated for office properties, I'll leave it for office properties, was a minor impact. Occasionally you see a moderate or a significant impact. But overall, I didn't see this as something that I would look to make any adjustments for personally. And the reason why I look at that is because, say, for instance, what happened here, small time proprietors, you see the leases, the 2 that left out. Obviously, Starbucks is bigger and Pizza Hotline, although they're established in Winnipeg, I wouldn't consider them an active chain or anything like that. They may not have the wherewithal to last through in a pandemic in a retail environment, right? But for office, what we saw was there wasn't really a whole lot of closing off of leases in general. Typically things rebounded. You're not going to have investment grade leases that are 5-year terms, multiple terms, all of a sudden eroded when they were paying. And if you do have a few leases that are changed, those are shorter term leases that are 1 or 2 years, which are more liquid, which shouldn't really be used as a investment vehicle grade lease determine any risk from, because they're such short term. So when I'm looking at this from office portfolio's perspective, I don't see this as impacting in the long term market value. Things may change, but like I said, or like I'm going to state now, I said in another hearings, we're not taking a future forecast, we're not taking a guess, we're not taking an assumption and then injecting more uncertainty into our assessment goals. We look at what's known. So if there is a market shift, if it's small, large, we'll look at it in the cycles to come and make adjustments for it in our market portfolio. So for now, I don't see any indication of that.
So I think what you're saying there is you try not to be speculative, that if there are changes that we'll recognize it in assessment.
Yeah, and when you brought it up, hybrid model, I worked from home for half the pandemic. Now I work a couple days a week at home. Not this week because I'm here. But if we do see all of a sudden a shift where areas are reduced, meaning there's not as much need, as those leases start to expire, the long-term leases, you could see the marketplace start making adjustments and your CRU spaces would maybe go downwards in size. But also on that, maybe an increase in rent per square foot, because as you go down, as you're going to indicate, economies of scale may play into that, where you may be able to get a higher rate per square foot than you typically would. It may actually be beneficial, but in the long run, but in the short run right now, when we're looking at it, we can't make that call one way or the other because that hasn't happened yet.
So yeah, and the income approach obviously contemplates the principle of anticipation. We're trying to look into the future of what the income that we have today is going to look like. But you're right, we can't speculate. We can't speculate. We can take the best information we have at the reference date and make conclusions, but we should not speculate. Rather, we make adjustments in the future assessment cycles. But would you not agree that that rationale applies as well to your conclusions that minor capital improvements over the building actually enhance value or would enhance income?
Not really. There's a ton of literature on that. There's a ton of this works on that.
It's speculative. Would you agree?
No, really, especially in the case of buying both B's or A's. If you're taking it on a small spectrum, on a small building, you may make a capital improvement for one single tenant building that may not do anything. Or when you're running an investment grade vehicle such as these, swings the other way, you clearly can recapture your money on it. That's where they're doing it.
So on page 98, you have the conclusion of the owner's income statement.
90?
Yeah, they're at it's the end of the financial statement for 2020. And I won't ask the panel to go back to this, but we agreed that your assessed NOI for the property based on your analysis was, I believe, $10,670,000.
Mm-hmm.
And the NOI showing on page 98 for the year 2020, I believe at the bottom here is $5,298,000.
Yeah.
Half of that.
Yeah.
Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, you have 35% of your building not collecting rent on it. You have a building going up on the other side of it, which there incurs some costs. You see capital investment costs that are put inside. You see your non-recoverables, which we would redact out. And when I looked at this historically, like I had the last agent, which the appeal was ultimately withdrawn, it was quite a degree higher than that. So.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak to last agents, but even with the adjustments that you mentioned, whether or not I agree with them or not, the delta between the actual performance of this property, even stabilized, and what you're assessing it at is massive. Would you agree?
Well, it's going through a massive capital investment with an anchor tenant of occupying about a third of the building. There's going to be some heavy capital in there, and that's going to be some costs associated with that.
Before we get to that,
As
you
well
agree
as the
that
building went up on the other side of it.
well, yeah,
It's not typical.
let me get back to that. But you'd agree that the same sort of variance was found in 201 Portage. The stabilized NOI was significantly, if not half, of what you assessed it at.
Yes, and what I indicated they had. I don't want to read here today, but it was about 800,000 or so on pre-rent, and then about 3.5 million in major expenses, which is capital investment. So you're looking at 4.5 or so, 4.4 million in things that we were redacting.
Which is on a 33 story tower is a very minor amount.
Well, here's the problem with that. You're looking at it just a specific point in time, and you're not doing a stabilized. I mean, yourself, you could have brought in 5 years of NOIs and shown the dramatic decline. I'm just looking at it from a market perspective as far as fee simple, which isn't the leasehold contract. So if you wanted to get into more detail, like I already gave under a little bit, looked at it last time. This income stream is being affected by a tower going up on it and a major renovation to a third of the building.
So I'll agree with you 100%, Mr. Cole, that just looking at income statements or trying to change numbers is not going to give you a proper look at stabilized year one NOI that you would be able to determine through the exercise that you've done by rents. The difference is that I think looking at only market rents rather than looking at site-specific performance may skew. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, that's not a question. Page 98, back to the page 98. You mentioned that the owner's expenses shown, $506,000, includes a land lease that should not be part of the calculation.
Well, no, from their perspective, it should be in one hand to any other. It was on the books as they told me. So now that's going to be going forward into the future, right? So that's as far as I checked on it. That's what they held out to me at the time. So
you'd agree, though, that even taking that item out, the owner's expenses are closing in at $200,000 for 2020. And would you agree that we do not see the item leasing commissions listed as one of the non-recovered expenses here? No. Sometimes that doesn't hit the income statement. You'd also agree that structural reserve, which is a component of the non-recovered expenses, we will not see on an income statement, correct?
Typically not. They don't do it that way. No.
Is structural reserve about 2% typically, or does the city have a calculation on what that is?
Historically, it's been 2%. we know that. But as far as what the subject property would put in at or a different property, I think there would be some variance depending on what the nature of the building is.
What is the structural reserve referred to then? If it's 2% of the EGI typically over the life of the building, what is that referred to?
Typically your capital investment, usually. So we're making an allowance there. If you have your roof that needs to get done, you have your building envelope that needs to get done. If you have a major component of a building that needs to be refurbished or replaced, that kind of thing.
So, and I think I know what you mean. If you have a capital expenditure then, and somebody came into a hearing and says, we have to do this next year, we wouldn't be deducting that from the value because the structural reserve amortizes these kind of costs over the life of the building. So
yeah, no, and actually when that comes off is 299.40, even though it's a parkade and it sits under this page and looked at that both ways for the even the 2011 or 12 was support order on where the trying to take the lump sum off and net present value. No, it said no, and they did not allow that.
So based on that rationale, Mr. Cole, that because we amortize these expenses over the life of the building through the structural reserve, and we wouldn't then make a deduction in value when something is pending unless it was imminent. Why do you propose that we should be adding value for capital improvements such as the refurbishment of a lobby, which really is a minor thing? I don't think so.
Every tenant walks to the lobby, it's your frontage to your building. Now, obviously, there are capital investments there. You're not collecting necessarily rental common space. Your CRU, even though another agent may disagree on that. Your CRUs are what drives your space, your physical space that you, demise space that you occupy. But as far as improvement to that space, if you improve your space in 224, which is a good example. It was older dated building, you go through it now and the income stream is dramatically different. Your risk associated with it has got to be reflective. Your rents will change, your vacancy will change.
I think let's leave the comments on that until we get there, because I think I would disagree with your conclusions, but thank you.
Look at a different way. This is a prime. You've indicated multiple times through the cycles, last two cycles, that a double prime True North comes online and it scoops up the marketplace. Well, the reason why it's done that is because it's more desirable building within the marketplace, and it's taking those better tenants. And it literally a building that is a double prime, LEED gold, filled up, absorbed the building economically over a year and a half, blink of an eye, realistically. So it proves that can happen, but they can only hold so much of the marketplace in that building. So you have the remaining marketplace taking advantage of vacancies within caused by that and renovating their space to get the next tenancy improvement. And you see that filtering through. That's not something that you would expect to continue long term because their buildings are already being filled up, as you can see in the second property here today.
So back to that comment about the non-recovered expenses, and we both established that the non-recovered expense allowance includes more than the management non-recovered expenses not recovered in a lease. It also includes a component of structural reserve. And we also agreed that we don't see that on the income statements. And that component, Mr. Pohl agreed, is about 2%. So the residual amount that's left for the actual non-recovered management expenses, for lack of a better term, is 1%. Is that correct?
If you're looking at it from that perspective.
Okay. I think, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, that was long, and thank you, Mr. Pohl. I think that concludes our questions. Thank you.
You, Ms. Nesbitt, questions?
Well, actually, following all those questions, I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Okay. I have a few. There was, I just want to be sure I know exactly what is included in this roll entry and what is not. So there is the concourse. That is the whole amount of it from the very south end to the very north end of the concourse. Everything is included, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The parkade is not included.
No, that's a different number.
That's a roll entry all unto itself.
Yeah.
Same owner?
Yeah, they're currently the new tower going up, the original 360 mean, the concourse, the old concourse, the parkade, and the new conference area that they built, all one over. Water Street, they own everything.
I'm sorry, we're gonna have to get some better mics, I think. Your voice sort of breaks up a bit. Could you repeat that?
The original tower, 360 Main, the new tower going up. The new concourse area on top of the old concourse, if you want to call it a new concourse. And the parkade, all are owned by one artistry. There is no other ownership group. So they have everything.
So they have what?
They have everything within the block of
Okay.
the area of the photograph. They own it all.
All right. But the city has divided it into different rural entries.
Yeah.
The parkade is one, the new tower and the upper concourse, is that one? And then the original tower and the lower concourse is one, and that's what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Okay. In that material you provided us, there's a fitness center on the, I don't know, 4th floor or something like that. Did that become part of the vacancy as a result of Good Life showing up in the new concourse or not?
We're just clear on my page 17.
Just a minute.
My page 17 is the workout space for the 360 Main, and it's in the role. It's an amenity in the building.
It is. Okay.
Further in my brief, I do have a picture of the Good Life space, which is the upper concourse.
Yeah. Okay.
That's not included.
All right. So your study, just going back to it for a minute, and Mr. Slaughter had questions about it, but so that I can understand it, you're saying that there really isn't inconsistency in the conclusions of the various high-level factors between your study and the model, but what your study is doing for us, am I correct in typifying it this way, is essentially showing the math inherent in the model that we never get to see because it's behind the curtain. Is that correct?
The behind the curtain thing is correct. There's I don't even work on that floor. I work on 6th floor. What I've done is independently, I have not, none of the stuff that you're seeing here today is taken from our model, is taken from, or as far as my study, is taken from any data that anyone's entered for modeling purposes. I go straight to the owner, straight to the source, who's held out to be true, clean, and accurate. I take each individual I&E and I created a spreadsheet which reviews everything for the OFAs and OBs, and I populate everything, the costs, I populate the financials, I populate the areas, I populate the rents, I show everything in line per year. So I catch all the step ups associated with the new rents that are coming in, and then I catch every single cost associated with that year. So it's all linear within the limit. So when I'm showing you, I justify our model. If I see any glaring errors, if I see something that needs to be adjusted, I make an adjustment at time before we release the rule. So by the time it comes here, not only is the modeler has done their work independently from me, I then do my own work and I make sure that we're being reasonable. And I don't want to say the wrong way, but I mean, these hearings a lot, I review case law a lot, I think have a bit better depth of what's reasonable for case law or not. So I may catch something that, in that aspect, but I vet that through my study, which I've just done. It's the first time we've done it for this role. And obviously we can use it for appeal events. And that's what we're bringing in here today. So it's completely independent from what they're doing. It's just filtering through me, and I control whether I'm going to make changes to that or not based on my own independent study. So you're getting 2 looks at it.
Yeah, and you're saying they're quite consistent. Those 2 looks are quite consistent, you're saying. Is that correct?
I found that the rents in place are very reasonable. Sometimes you need to take a look at the actual vacancies, and again, the OFAs really stood out. What we saw reflected in market, being advertised in the market was different from what we were showing to be vacant on the INEs. And there's reasons for that as we went through. 13 spaces that aren't being offered to market because they're already been committed spaces for our anchor tenants, which, you know, in the subject property here today is about a third of it. So when you look at it from a perspective from that, you know, I would catch that because I've done that. So we've made that change for the vacancy at 10%.
Okay,
yeah.
let me go back a little higher level. Sorry. I don't want to get mired in a longer answer than I need or more detail. Your study took the actual information from a whole host of properties and you found the averages, etc., as a result of your surveying all this information on rents and vacancies, etc., etc. And you found, and correct me if I'm wrong, that your conclusions about the averages are quite consistent with what comes out of the model.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, for the purposes of this application for a revision, you're showing us the actual rents, or are you showing us the model rents now for all of the tenancies?
No, on the brief, the income streams on the brief, they are model.
Okay.
On the black study, I'm showing you what they're reporting to us.
All right.
So
we essentially have
is
three
not-
different sources of information with some potential for inconsistency. The model, your study, and what's in the brief. Is that correct?
No, what's in the model is in the brief.
Okay. All right.
So, and like I stated, I get access to the model before it's released.
Mhm.
I went through the study, which is independent from the model, and went, yeah, this is all good. Or I mean, make the rare change. In this case, here, the biggest change was 10% for the model vacancy, which for what we did, what I determined market vacancy, which is appropriate, as you can see from on-site sources, and also what's happened within the marketplace itself. So I think that's reasonable.
All right.
Obviously, but what you're seeing here is a reflection of what's they're actually showing on the IEs, and that's why you see the vacancy. And I think we went over it well.
Okay. You know what? Sorry, too much information. Let me. I think I understand now what the answer.
What's in the black study, literally, like, here's the best way to put it. What's in this black study is literally what's written on the IEs, and I'm taking from the IEs and I'm putting it into the study.
Yeah.
The model has nothing to do with the study.
Yeah, but they're consistent. They're reasonably consistent. You're saying. Okay.
I would hope so.
Therefore, we can trust we can trust the model. You're saying.
At this point, for investment grade properties such as these, the model is very precise overall.
Okay.
But also you can trust that it went through myself before we came to appeal.
All right, let me go on. On your page 9, you've got the potential rent. You don't list the individual rents or square footage on that page. I'm wondering, do you have a combined rent or your
we have retail, we have an office stream. If you look on the other pages, you see the average overall next to the PGI, and that's just simply taking the total PGI divided by the total area. And
I'm sorry, sorry. Where am I on page 8?
If you look at page 8, midway, right after all the CRUs that have different rents associated with them, we have the overall PGI at 11,000,006 divided by 559,000 gives you your average of $20.87
for that stream, and you have 2 streams.
Yeah, and then the other stream is obviously the retail stream.
Yeah. My question is, do you have a combined for both streams, which is
No.
going to be somewhere in between?
No, I mean, I guess you could make one if you want. You would just take the total 13.
Yeah. No, I was just asking if you had it handy, so I could
No, and I wouldn't be doing that
spreadsheet.
because they're two separate income streams, two separate, they're distinct. I wouldn't be doing that.
So the recladding of the building, according to your permit information, was $20 million roughly.
Other than that, but roughly, yeah.
You're saying that that was a capital expense and ought
Yes.
not to be reflected in the assessment, correct?
Whether you take $20 million, and of course, in this case, here it's gigantic, you'd have a negative net. You wouldn't have, you would have a negative, but if you advertise that out over a span of 5 years, whatever they need to be, you shouldn't be taking that off of the net operating income, because that's a capital cost. That's not operating expense. It shouldn't be included in an operating expense to deduct from your income. You're taking, if you're doing that, you're effectively doing a net income to the owner, which is not what we're supposed to be doing.
Okay, so you said earlier in the questioning from Mr. Slaughter that the structural reserve would be about 2% out of the total 3% of non-recoverable. So has that 2%, is it any different for a building like this that requires a massive recladding than the average building? And is 2% on this building sufficient? Therefore, that is accounting for this kind of cost appropriately?
Well, let me step away. We're saying it's 3% for non-recoverables. Years ago it was 2% for, and you see a lot of literature on it, for structural reserve. And then you have the 5% argument now, whether it should be included more or less. Should it be 7? Should it be, now we're giving, instead of 2, we're giving 3. I didn't look at it quite that way from the study. I took exactly what they were showing us. So I put all that into what you see here. So when I'm looking at the subject property, you can see the non-recoverables that they declare on their operating statements. And you can see that they hover between, the range is 1.6 to 4, and the last 3 years averaged about 3. So that's incorporating, here's the best way to say it. Sometimes they give you a very detailed non-recoverables. It's this line items underneath it where you can work through it. Other times they give you just a lump sum and you don't know. We're only as good as what they report to us. So when I'm looking at this, I'm reflective of what's on the items. So but as far as getting to the other point of it, whether a class A should be different from a class B, class D, whatever. I would generally think there might be some there should be some variance generally. But it all depends on how you're marketing your building and how your leases are in your building. And we see from artists when I went through their properties, they're really pushing the zero boundary or trying to anyways for your non-recoverables. They're doing quite well.
Okay, thank you. That's all of my questions. So it would be time to move on to Mr. Slaughter. It's high noon. Do we want to go through Mr. Slaughter's presentation and the questions before we break for lunch, or do you want to break for lunch now?
I'm fine either way, Mr. Chairman. I do have the rebuttal, which I don't want to spend a lot of time on, but it might be good timing to go through that first, whether we do that now or after lunch.
Mr. Pohl, what's your pleasure?
I heard it's the same as what we've already heard though.
Yeah, it's nothing.
So we've already heard the rebuttal. Would we not be carrying forward? You can go through it brief if you likes, but otherwise I don't really want to go through all my rebuttal either. Do you guys, let's phrase it a different way. Do you remember it adequately or do you want to go through it?
I personally would like a high level
Right.
comment on it. I don't need a lot of detail because once you start to get into it, I'll remember.
Okay.
But I would like high level. And as to the chairperson's question, I'd like to finish this property before we break for lunch.
Great.
That's my preference, but everybody likes different. So,
All right, then we will carry on. So could we have the high-level rebuttal by Mr. Slaughter of the information presented by Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you have that document? It was labeled for the 3 Class A towers.
Okay, let me just find it.
Sure, yeah.
Just.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'm looking at the right document.
Which
Yeah.
document?
Mr. Lund, can you tell me what I'm looking for? How is it
Okay,
The 3
so
hours.
for my panel members, actually, I'll rename
Second
it for
from the
you here.
bottom. Is it the second from the bottom?
Yeah, I'll rename it. So it's titled heard, and then 02-22-2568 applicant rebuttal. So it is
Okay,
near the end.
It should be questionable.
thank you.
Because it's not.
I have it.
And
That's not open.
yeah, sure. Never mind, just did.
Okay.
It's like 3 minutes.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, everybody's okay then?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we went through this at length last Tuesday, and I don't mean to do that again at all, but there's a couple points I wanted to bring forward. Basically, our concern is that the data is the same between what is being used by the modelers and inputted into CAMA, what is being used by Mr. Pohl in his study, and what's being considered by Altus, because again, we work for all of these properties, so we analyze these all the time. Finding out why is a bit more difficult. One of the questions, and not to say this would skew it 100%, but we did find out last hearing that when the assessor looks at individual years, that step-ups are included. Now, let me be clear, step-ups are fine if we're looking at rents being paid in the market, or if we're valuing a property for the rent that's being purchased by a potential purchaser. But if we're trying to get to the market behavior in a given year, I use caution on that. So what we had done at the bottom of page 3, if you take a look, we went through the exact same exercise. The exact same exercise with the same data. And for the purposes of this chart at the bottom of page 3, we also limited ourselves, like the assessor did, to the end of 2020, which I don't think is appropriate. I'll explain that in a moment. But when we looked at leases negotiated, so now we're getting into the market behavior sentiment at the time. Leases negotiated in 2019 and 2020. Of course, the aggregate number is less than the number of Mr. Pohl with the step-ups, but the conclusions are different. And you'll see on page 3 under the 2020 average 2020 rent signed in 2020, the average in the Class A market was $17.99. Now let's just pause on that quickly. On the subsequent pages, Mr. Chairman, we have the 3 main office towers, the prime that Mr. Pohl had mentioned, the 3 at Portage and Main. And let's just go to page 4, because we can take a look at how the numbers, depending on how you look at it, can vary very quickly. On page 4, there were only 2 leases that were actually signed in the subject property, 360 Main, in 2020. They were Unit 1150 at $20 a square foot, and Unit 1900 at $16.50 a square foot. I highlighted in red where I know that a rent has significant. All rents will have tenant inducements when they're significant. That is over $40. I know it. In this case, it was over $100 a square foot. This is very interesting, Mr. Chairman, because we're coming to different conclusions with the same data. It's also very interesting because when we isolate the market closest to the reference date, we clearly see the differences from the market before. In 2019, there was a lease signed that was a higher amount at $22 a square foot. Again, this had significant TIs, and it was actually a tenant moving from one space to another. But the point is, the conclusions of 2020 at $17.79 per square foot weighted average is significantly less than what the city is stating at $19.20. Again, I am not saying that looking at step-ups is inappropriate at all. I just mean to differentiate what the purpose of the exercise is. Is it to determine what's being signed in the, what's taking place in the reference date? Certainly we look at step-ups. If it's to determine market sentiment or behavior, We should not. The same exercise, Mr. Chairman, goes through the other two towers. But on page 7 is where we really split apart in our conclusions. Page 7 is the entire Class A marketplace, all 190 leases exposed. And I was very uncomfortable about doing this, to be honest, Mr. Chairman, but I figured that we have the majority of them under appeal on these two hearings. I talked with the owners. I said, listen, things are getting kind of going off a bit with conclusions. Do you mind if I expose this? They said yes. I can answer any questions on most of these leases because I take care to try and look at when they're high or when they're low, what is happening. And again, I reiterate a conclusion I made last hearing. If you see anything over $18 a square foot, there's usually a story. And the story is that the landlord had to basically induce that higher rent through an investment. To ignore that investment, I think, is inappropriate. To state that investment creates further value above the rent stated is inappropriate as well. But here's the biggest difference, Mr. Chairman. Our reference date is April 1st, 2021. To close ourselves off to data at the end of 2020 for whatever reason is not appropriate. It might be fine if the market wasn't changing. If the market didn't have possibly the largest Class A lease commencing in January of 21, if it weren't for that, it might be appropriate to close the door at December 31st, 2020. But what happened, and I'm going to be going through this very carefully and direct as well, Mr. Chairman, is that in the subject property, which is included in the conclusions on page 7 forward, is that consolidated lease for CRA that I mentioned or alluded to in questioning, where they superseded the rent in place, they negotiated a new lease in a very competitive market, and that new lease for 133,000 square feet of the lower floors of 360 Main was for $16.45 a square foot semi-gross. Another thing to be very careful about in these studies, and I mentioned that there may have been an error in the original calculations. Government tenants are typically gross or semi-gross. And it's not hard to find that out. You look at the CAM and the taxes that are being covered on the rent rolls, and you determine if that is the appropriate amount. CRA clearly was a semi-gross, and it is a semi-gross today. And when we net out the unrecovered costs that equate to about $5 a square foot, the net rent, not net effective, the net rent for CRA at January 1st, 21, negotiated at the end of 2016, well known to the market, well known to a potential purchaser at the reference date, is $11.45 a square foot. Included in that was significant landlord work and TIs. So I'm not even talking about that, I'm not deducting that. When you consider that, Mr. Chairman, and you don't close the door at the end of 2020, if you go to the end of page 10, you will see that the actual weighted average of rents in place at April 1, 2021 for the Class A market, 6 buildings, is $18.18 a square foot. So we're all starting with the same data, and yet we come to different conclusions. The biggest problem I have, Mr. Chairman, is that from those conclusions, Mr. Pohl asserts that we should take the averages and simply apply them to all space of any building, regardless of what's happening site specifically. Well, that's going to end up in problems with some properties being underassessed and other properties being overassessed. We need to look at the site-specific performance. If we're looking at those actual rents, why would we not consider the actual rents in the property? And the second problem I have, Mr. Chairman, is I actually prefer that the model takes the same data from the owners that both Mr. Pohl and I are looking at, but then does linear regression to try and determine what the appropriate rate should be applied to various spaces. That is a much preferred approach. Than simply taking the aggregate weighted out unit for the board's reference. I've tried to expose everything and be as transparent as I possibly can without breaching confidentiality with our clients. But I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman. That's kind of the Cole's notes of the rebuttal.
Mr. Pohl, questions read the above.
Yes, it is. Just tailing off what you said, simply taking the weighted average aggregate, you do realize that's not what's happening, right?
Well, I think you said that
You
you-
handled 400 St. Mary's, right? Which arguably is a lower grade A or B prime in your guys' case, which regardless. Did I ask for did the model predict and did I ask for a rent of $20.36 or sorry, did I ask for the weighted average of all the properties that took place there?
I don't recall, Mr. Paul, but I do recall last Tuesday that your conclusions were about $2 a square foot more than the estimates that you concluded at Tool and Portage, and your answer was they could do better.
That's not the question I asked. So we had a lower grade, a lower performing A, which I didn't put in the 1994 or the 2021. I put in the appropriate rate.
Sorry, for which one?
For 400 St. Mary's.
Okay.
So we're not simply looking at it, this is the number, every OFA gets it. We're looking at every individual OFA, how it is performing. We're looking at the marketplace, and then we're making a judgment call on what the performance is. This case here, this is arguably one of the 3 best buildings in the city for investment purposes for an OFA. We're valuing it as such. So we're not simply just grabbing the average and slapping it on blindly, is kind of what you're indicating. It's completely opposite to that. This is the whole reason why you have this nice chart here. It shows the averages, it shows the weighted, it shows where the actual performance of each individual building is, and you cross-reference that against what the marketplace is and seeing where it falls. It's a very detailed analysis on it to just say that it's taken in aggregate. That's not the case at all.
Very nice.
So moving on to, and this is where, and I'm going to say this with respect to yourself and all this. You're coming in on starting on your page 7. I guess I'll start at page 7, but realistically, when I look at your rebuttal, I don't really see rebuttal. I see new evidence that's being submitted in place of rebuttal. We see what you've submitted in your briefs. This seems like a much more detailed analysis that could have been done in your actual briefs.
You have said that you looked at the entire Class A market. I'm presenting the Class A market.
But you presented it in rebuttal, right? You're not, you could have, if you did these studies, as you're claiming, then why weren't these studies produced first?
Because we do a
How
size.
about, let's deal with the content of it
Okay.
rather than should it have been.
Well, no, because it raises the question whether it should be allowed as evidence or not. I'm not really gonna say no to it because it's already been entered in the last time, but I will go through it in more detail because we realistically have to. Just look at the CRA space in the subject property. $11.45 is paid. They negotiated Artistry, who is a phenomenal property management company, REIT. They control Portage and Main, and now they're putting in net effective at a great C-level building. When you see the rest of the building performing at what it is, why would they cripple their financial status of the building and let someone in for a net effective of $11.45?
Let me answer 3 things with that, Mr. Paul. I never said it was net effective. The net effective would be far less than this. This is
Even less than
this. Oh yeah, because they put in $4 or $5 million of tenant inducements, $4 million of landlord work. It's a significant cut for them. Why would they do it? Because they've secured floors 3 through 10 plus 13 in a building that was having significant difficulty occupying those floors, and they secured them for 15 years. I asked the owners about this lease now 3 times to get my head around exactly the negotiation. And the end result is this is what we have to do to attain occupancy. We have a very different view on what happens in the market, Mr. Paul. You seem to think that tenants or owners just hang on to vacant space because they know some good things are happening. It is disastrous out there right now. This is reality.
Okay, so let me back up that for a second. Since this is such a deviation from what their asking rate is, $20 to $22 to $21, or $20 to $22 in that range. It's such a drastic difference from what every other tenant in the building is paying, and generally what the marketplace is paying. Did you actually look at the lease in place?
I have asked questions of the owner extensively to make sure I understood this lease. I've looked at the leases for CRA.
So why haven't you provided those leases in full if it's such a dramatic difference?
Well, Mr. Paul, you can clearly see on the rent roll, it's very clear, the rent and the erosion because of the can. You elected not to look at that. And that's your prerogative.
No, I did not have that on a 2020 INE. I do not look at anything past the reference date.
Well, I'm sorry about that, but the reference date is April 1st.
I'm fully aware of that, but this would not be encapsulated on the 2020 INE. So for reasons stated in the municipal board order for the multifamily case that Altus was aware of, we're not looking outside of a linear year and grabbing the next year and pulling pieces of the back. We're looking at each individual year in full. Since I can't examine that next year, I obviously can't look at this lease. Getting back to the major point, you're now saying it's less than $11.45, right? For a third of the
No, it's $11.45.
So you're saying the net effective is even less.
Yeah, but as we are told through borders, we're not to use net effective.
Okay, so on their financial statements, this was obviously tenant space that was already improved on and they occupied it in the year, in the turn of the year. So all those expenses that you're claiming would be showing and should be shown on their financial statements because they were already being incurred in the years beforehand.
They're actually in your evidence in the permits.
No, I'm looking at the financial statements. So where do you see a relationship to a near $10 off of what the average building is performing at, showing up in the non-recoverables to the property owner?
They don't show, tenant improvements don't show on the income statement.
So you are looking at tenant improvements. So just so we're clear, this $11.45 net rent, which you claim,
I'm not claiming, Mr. Paul, it's in evidence.
is even further eroded by CRA improving the building at their cost, or is it Artis REIT improving the building at their cost?
Artis REIT improved the building and then we have to amortize that into the lease.
So effectively, that $11.45 rent for a third of the building is even less than 11.
100%, Mr. Paul.
I don't find that believable.
I'm sorry you don't.
Sorry, and I don't find it accurate for the marketplace for outside sources. And
Well, you can state that they're lying.
And without me seeing a lease. in
Okay,
place-
let's limit it to questions and answers, please.
Without seeing a lease that's in place, I simply can't put anything to that, especially when you consider they're operating. The Artis REIT are phenomenal. I cannot see that.
Okay, excuse me, Mr. Paul, I don't want rebuttals of rebuttals of rebuttals.
I'm just
Please,
pointing out the actual evidence
Just-
based on this isn't there.
well, ask questions and we'll draw the conclusions.
Okay, generally speaking, would you not consider buildings that are of a greater nature after they're improved to be readily able to absorb the marketplace?
I think that the improvements that are being discussed or being shown in evidence are born in the valuations as we present.
Let me phrase it a different way. If you improve the physical space of the building for tenant occupancy, to improve the building envelope, which would ultimately require lower on par if the old one was left in place, would lower your occupancy costs. That would increase in net effective rent to the owner.
I'm not sure, we both have very different views on this subject, Mr. Paul. Let me put it this way. If it weren't for the permits, or sorry, for the landlord improvements or tenant improvements invested into this property, the value I'd be proposing today would be drastically less.
Let me continue with my question. So you see an improved building, would that not be more marketable and capable of absorbing the market?
You seem to think that these buildings at the state, especially 201 Portage, has undergone some work, and that means it's pristine for the rest of its life. These are events that will happen over the age life of the property. And we don't deduct value every time something happens in the same way that we don't pretend that it
Simply
has
asking,
value.
so you're seeing a building that's not improved, won't have any more marketability and an ability to improve its income stream, its finances, versus one that did.
So if what you're saying is, am I ignoring work that has gone into the building? The answer is 100% not. I think I was clear in 201 Portage that we're trying to reflect all the tenant improvements in the actual rents, and that's why we're using the actual rents, and any capital improvements. If I deem that the property is superior to in the condition today than it was before, I recognize that in other areas, such as the capitalization rate, such as I did with 201 Portage.
But yeah, you see the $11.45 rent is an improved state, but it is drastically going the other way.
If I was to suggest that I do not think we should look at the 1145 rent, which is an arm's length negotiation between two parties as close to the reference date as possible, I would not be doing my job.
Okay. Let me contrast it against another facts that have happened in the marketplace. We see True North, a double prime building coming into the marketplace. Their rental rate is between $30 and $37, including step ups. Looking at that, it filled up economically within a blink of an eye. It's new and improved. It's the shiny new building and on the block, so to speak. You see the tenants that were pulled out of other OFAs, including this one, to go to that one. So if this building improves itself to compete, how would it not have a better rental rate future forecast for that risk associated with it.
Mr. Paul, I can't
It's already
answer
been explained.
why the owner would accept this rent, except to say that to me, it makes sense. You're leasing up your bottom floors, which have got chronic vacancy. You secure them for 15 years in a competitive market. That's a very smart move.
Okay, and just so we're clear, Artist Street moved from 360 Main to 220 Portage, correct?
Correct.
They created space for the new tenant to come into.
Correct. This was negotiated in 2016.
So when you're moving chairs, so to speak, within two buildings, you're gonna get a net effective loss of income, correct?
Sorry, so
You're not gonna get a net effective loss of income. You're the owner or occupier of the building.
any of these leases that we're talking about, there's tenant improvement costs for the space itself, but there's also landlord costs. We talked about this at 201 Portage. To bring BMO into the main floor, they have to completely convert the main floor. So there are landlord costs as well. These are the real costs which are necessary to derive these incomes.
My point is you're taking the boat rent out of the equation. You're also taking space out of the equation for 368. They're moving their tenancy R3 over to 220 Portage. It creates a large hole in the income stream. Plus you have to put even more capital into it, which we don't include in assessment purposes. And you're creating a complete dive in the income stream for a short amount of time, which you're trying to say is appropriate to look into the future. They've adjusted this building. Would you not agree, by moving out of it to get a better income stream in it? And yet, from what you're indicating, the best they can do is somewhere south of 1125.
So what you described is exactly why I have concern about going to an income statement and saying the income was 5.2 million or 20.1 or whatever it may be. We go through the exercise of applying the appropriate rents and vacancy allowance based on the current physical condition, and that is reflected with CRA. So that is why we go through that exercise, and why that our NOI, both for 201 Portage and 360 Main, is significantly higher than the stabilized income before. We're trying to recognize the current physical condition and the realities of both the property and the market in which it sits.
Okay, and let me rephrase it. The best way that I can say it. Would you not agree that the OFA class properties control the marketplace, period? That's why they're ranked at an OFA.
What? I don't understand the question.
Meaning, if you're an OFA and you're struggling, all you have to do is tend in a new someone for $2-3 a square foot, and you can pull a rent out of an OFB, an OFC, and you can catch like.
Holy smokes, we have very different impressions of the market. You don't just induce a tenant by a certain amount to fall over. You will see rents in this building alone that are significantly lower than one would have typically expected. That is the nature of the tenants market in this
Let
environment.
me be clear.
It's
That
real.
is your opinion.
No, it's reality.
Okay, so we just saw that with a double prime A.
Okay, maybe we could carry on here. Let's not get too theoretical and
My point,
Stick
just,
with this
I'll just stop with the last question I really have. So if they would simply, I don't know, instead of asking $22 to get in the building, ask 15 triple net, do you not feel they could get it? And
Are you asking me, Mr. Poole, if I think they could have done better than this deal? My answer is unequivocally no.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Ms. Nesbitt,
No questions. Thank you.
I have no questions. Just a bit of a reminder. What we really need is the information that is going to help us make the best decision. So if you're tempted to argue with each other, please limit it and make sure that we're getting what we need rather than getting into some theoretical discussions.
Paul, apologize.
No, it's all right. It's just, at some point we start losing what it is that we really need, and the conciseness that people like us are going to have in order to make an appropriate decision. Okay, so since I have no questions, then let me see, rebuttal. We had the rebuttal of your information. So then, Mr. Slaughter, your presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I started the last presentation with kind of an overview of the market, explaining that what we see from Mr. Poole's study with the increasing vacancy, with static face rents, and in fact, behind the scenes, declining effective rents, is the signs of a tenant's market. And I described the reasons why this began. That I was simplifying it. It was just one of the main reasons. But I also mentioned that, this is not a blip. When you have a supply demand imbalance like this is not a blip. I mean, we're at year 3 since True North came on the market at the reference date, and we still are in the throes of this imbalance. And when we see imbalances like this, when Hydro Tower came on stream, the Class B market had severe vacancy for the better part of the decade in that Broadway area. So this is not just a blip in time that we can ignore. We see the effects of it both in the vacancy, the net effective rents dropping, in the evidence brought forward by the assessor of all the landlord or tenant improvements which are necessary to drive this income. Very real. Now, I'd like to spend a moment as well, Mr. Chairman, just because a lot of questions have been asked about, how are we doing this valuation? Is it least fee? Is the fee simple? Do we look at the present physical condition? So just as a quick overview, we're determining, as per the legislation, the market value for assessment purposes in a site-specific way. And we are doing this through a fee simple analysis rather than least fee. And in saying that, the best evidence, and usually the approach used by all parties in the past and accepted by the board, is we look at the performance in the actual property. That's the site-specific performance. But there are often times when we need to adjust contract rents, if there's reason to. If after investigation, the flags that were raised on whether it's high or low indicate that it is not in fact at market, then we move to market. And in those cases, it might be because it's non-arm's length, or the parties were untypically motivated, or any number of other reasons. But typically, the contract rent is the best indicator of market. That's real. We make the adjustments to market rents. We look at vacancy as well in the same way. Just as we wouldn't apply a 0% vacancy allowance to a fully occupied building, we don't apply the actual vacancy or stabilized vacancy at 2020 or April 21. We find something that makes sense to a potential purchaser purchasing the property. So, and the boards have stated this over and over again. If the vacancy experience in the property is higher than market and it's stabilized, they use 3 years typically, this should be recognized. We consider the current physical condition. I talked about this in 201 Portage. I mean, we don't just limit ourselves to what's on the income statements or rent rolls as of April 1st, 2021. We inspect the property. We interview the owners. You'll recall from 201 Portage that one floor of the Unitel space had been post-reference date converted at considerable cost into office. We recognize that in our valuation. And we try to make sure that the improvements that have occurred and the physical condition of the property today is recognized in our fee simple analysis. We try not to take that extra step though and become speculative, as Mr. Cole has mentioned earlier, is not appropriate. You'll remember that in that case of 201 Portage, we did recognize that, I mean, in that case, the capital improvements that happened after the rents were signed were relatively minor. It was a refurbishment of the lobby and courtyard. But we did say, look, 6.25 is our concluded cap rate. That's what we had argued in a better marketplace in April 18. But notwithstanding that, we feel that the current physical condition warrants a 6% cap rate, if you recall that. So I hope that answers some questions that came out from last hearing about, how are we going about this valuation? So if I could then turn to the main document for 360 Main. And we'll move ahead to page 7. The physical nature of the property, I don't need to go into for too much further detail. It was built in 1979. It's been upgraded numerous times over the years. The effective age is now cited to be 1990, which seems appropriate. Mr. Paul had described what this includes, and I'm glad you asked, Mr. Chairman, to make sure that we understand. It's the tower itself, and then only the main level, the predominant level of the concourse. It doesn't include the second level of the concourse with Good Life or Earls, or the parkade, or of course the pending residential tower, which are all on a separate roll number. The leasable area, has been cited by the owner over and over again and in marketing materials. The tower itself is just over 550,000 square feet. So the city's about 9,000 square feet too high in that portion. And that includes storage, Mr. Chairman. That includes the 31st floor, which is all storage. And the concourse is about 62,464. So actually, when we include storage on top of what is clearly reported over and over again, the area becomes 613,991 square feet. Without storage, it is the 600,000 that's been cited over and over. I have a few pictures, Mr. Chairman. If I could ask the panel to please turn to page 27. On the last inspection a few weeks ago, we went through a number of spaces, and I wanted to show some of the renovated spaces on page 27 and some of the vacant spaces on page 28. And what you'll notice on page 28, and sorry, I misspoke at the 201 Portage hearing. I mentioned that some of the vacant spaces, my point was that the owners will often gut them, take out whatever improvements are left, because the improvements don't really have any value to the next tenant. So they bring them to a base shell space. And I mentioned that one of them was Asante. I got mixed up. It was TD. Asante was in this building. And on page 28 at the top is the space of Asante now. So all the money that went into that space, which was considerable, it was a beautiful space, once the tenant left, gone, because the next tenant is not going to care. On page 29 to 31, we have, I like these. These are stacking plans, which clearly show the space is occupied, or at least that the leases are in place, and the vacancy in red. And we have 2020, and then we go backwards in time to 2019 and 18. And the point here, Mr. Chairman, is that the CRA space, which was being converted, so let me back up a second. CRA historically since 2009 occupied floor 6 to 8, 63,000 square feet. And then, as I mentioned, in 2016, they said we're going to bring the employees over to 225 Portage or Broadway, and they went to market to say who's going to make the best offer for us to bring all of this consolidated space. And Artis had won at the end of 16, and the lease was signed that would commence January 1st, 21. And so in that interim, when they moved people out, they already included CRA on the stacking plan. They weren't paying rent necessarily, but they're included on the stacking plan. So the point being, Mr. Chairman, is when I talk about the vacancy in the building, it is the actual vacancy that's beyond space being held for CRA. And you can see that in the stacking plans in red. Okay. So now, if I can ask you to turn, please, back to let's go to page 11. So we've examined, again, we examined both the market and the property itself. But in the property itself, we found that the rents range from now with the CRA just under $12 a square foot on the lower floors. But certainly on smaller spaces, you will have higher rents. This is actually another thing I mentioned in why this rent would be what it is the economies of scale. That's 133,000 feet. It's the largest amount of space leased. And this is something we talk about a lot, but you do see it evidenced in the market. So the rent signed just in 2020, notwithstanding the January 1st, 2021 commencement of CRA. Otherwise, and I mentioned this in the rebuttal, there were 2 leases signed in 2020. And what we're seeing is those effects of the tenants market. We're seeing that the market has softened, and it's harder for the owner to get rents that were as high as they were in previous years without considerable investment. And so when we see rents that are upwards of $20 to $22 on subject property, well, you can almost guarantee, and we probably have it in evidence, the amount of money that had been spent by the owner in order to attain that rent. So I meant to do this in direct, but we kind of talked about it at length in the rebuttal. But I can walk through the details of that CRA lease if you wish. And as I mentioned, I've confirmed it 3 times with the owner to make sure we're not missing anything. So they consolidated the space in the lower floors of the building. And again, this was space that was difficult to lease historically. Commenced January 1st, 21. It was negotiated late 16. They increased the CRA's area from 63,000 feet to the 133,000. It included over $40 a square foot in tenant inducements. It's not being deducted from our calculations. It's inclusive of the rent. And there was considerable landlord work as well. The face rent, and actually, if I could ask you now, please, to turn to page. I'm sorry, is your evidence numbered in pages?
Yeah.
I have it up to 161, and that's all.
I'm sorry, you,
Do you have page numbers right to the end of my document?
162 is the last one.
Okay, so sorry, if you go to the next page.
Next to
Sorry,
what?
3 pages forward, 3 pages forward. You will see a page of the rent roll showing a rent signed in 2021. It's highlighted. You'll
Which
see
page number?
well, it would be 3 past 162. I apologize. The numbers seem to end at 162.
We don't have a page past 162.
Oh, you don't?
No,
Oh, wait. It says, it has a small page 14 on the top right corner. Is that the one?
No, it's say page 2 at the top right.
the last page I have is 162 as shown in the bottom right corner.
Okay,
Yes.
let me pause a moment, Mr. Chairman. Maybe I'm mistaken here. 162.
And it does show rent signed, lease from.
Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one, 162. Ooh.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So this is the CRA lease, Public Works and Government. And you can see it's units 300, it's the 3rd floor, 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th floor, 7th floor, 8th floor, 9th floor, 10th floor, and a portion of the 13th floor. And it commenced at January 1st, 21. Again, it was negotiated back in 2016. 133,929 square feet. And you'll see highlighted under in the middle of the page is where it shows the rent. And you'll see that at $16.45 a square foot. That is what we call the face rent. But again, anytime
Where am I finding that rent number?
right along the right-hand side of the page, Mr. Chairman, about halfway down.
Page one.
This would be
1645?
Yeah.
Okay.
1645. So that is the new base rent semi-gross. And the reason it's very clear it's semi-gross, Mr. Chairman, is if you go down one more step, you'll see op costs, op est, it's called, at $8.98 a square foot. Okay. And you'll recall that in the marketing materials and in any other tenant that you look at the rent roll, the actual op cost, or sorry, CAM is about $14 a square foot. So the difference, and this is what we always watch for with semi-gross or gross tenants, what's the erosion to the recoverables? And the erosion is $5 a square foot. So to figure out the appropriate net rent, not net effective, but net rent, we need to take 1645 and minus 5. And that brings us to 1145 a square foot. I'll just pause a moment, Mr. Chairman. I asked, this is the first time I asked artists to confirm this lease. I said, CRA, the rent of 1645 for 133,929 square feet commenced January 1st, 2021. CAM is only $8.89 a square foot, which is $5 less than typical. Should we consider this rent semi-gross and net it down to $11.45? And they answered correct. So that was asked 3 times actually, and each time I got the same answer. And when I did ask the questions that Mr. Cole asked me, why would they do this? Well, the answer was very clear. If you want to secure guaranteed tenancy in your lower floors that you've always had problems leasing, and not only not attaining rent, but also incurring all of the shortfall, I mean, that is disastrous. So if they wanted to attain an occupancy for this space in a competitive market, this is what it took. Secondly, if you want 133,000 square feet secured, you can guarantee you're not going to achieve a rent as high as what you typically attain. So I don't know what else I can say about this to Mr. Cole. I verified it to the best of my ability. It's clear on the rent roll. It's clear from conversations with the owner. That is the rent. And as I mentioned, it would be inappropriate for me in my evaluation of this property to say that, no, I'm going to ignore that. There's higher rents attained in other buildings. Let's ignore that. But what else is happening in the property besides that lease? So we know that the rents average that are negotiated in 2020 netted $17.79 a square foot. I mean, of course, this is less than asking. So it's always going to be less than asking, especially when you go into a tenant's market. Back to page 12, Mr. Chairman. We now look at every rent in the property. And most of these rents are going to be fairly current, relatively current within the last 5 years. And most of them will have step-ups. It's the nature of Class A market. And so what we show here, just to be clear, and it's noted in the last column, that the rent shown is the stepped-up rent. And this gets back to
which page are you on now?
page 12, please.
12?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this gets back to your question, Mr. Chairman, last Tuesday, which was a great one. Would we not look at the stepped up rent rather than the original? Yes, 100%. It's a better indicator than the original lease. But let's keep this in mind. The rent was negotiated at the prior date. And at the prior date, the two parties estimated or came to an agreement to where they think the market's going to go. Hence the step up, because the step up is prescribed in the original lease. And if the market escalates more than the two parties imagined, your stepped up rent would be below market. But if the market does not escalate as much as one would anticipate, as is the case with with the Winnipeg market, your step up rent could be below market. In any event, these are all of the rents paid in the subject property. And they range from the lowest with the consolidated CRA space at 1145 net to a high, the very highest at 2425. Anytime you see these high rents, Mr. Chairman, we have in the city's evidence the corresponding permit that is significant. And I've highlighted in red where those significant improvements are over $40 a square foot. So this is where Mr. Bull and I greatly disagree, that in his opinion, those high rents, which are clearly inflated by tenant inducements, are the market. And I suggest no, those are actually above typical market. It took money to get those rents. But we are not proposing we deduct tenant improvements. I agree 100% with the municipal board's conclusion on that, because this is the rent a potential purchaser would buy, regardless if it's high or regardless if it's low. There is one rent that I did not put in red, Mr. Chairman. It's unit 2600 at 2250. And I found out more about that rent. It does have a considerable, about $98 a square foot TI. This is Priceline, massive TI. They also have 4 free parking stalls in the parkade, which equates on a square foot basis to about $1.50 per annum. So again, to only question the rents which are low and just accept the ones that are high without knowing the stories behind them, completely inappropriate. As inappropriate as it would be for me not to question the rents that are low and the rents that are high. This is part of the exercise in a property of this size. On page 13, this is the same evidence, Mr. Chairman, as last time. We just took a snapshot of all of the Class A rents signed between 18 and 20. So this wouldn't include the CRA in this case. And it was, at the time that this was done, this is basically obsolete now because both Mr. Pohl and I have exposed the entire Class A market. But in any event, the rents that we showed here, again, have a different conclusion than Mr. Pohl's findings, but we expose every one. Page 14, a quote that I read last time that corroborates a very important part of our analysis, and that is the existence of the tenants market. So this is from Collier's Winnipeg Office Market Report in Q1 21. We state in general terms, rental rates remain relatively flat, but lease inducements have increased, compressing net effective rents in the Winnipeg CBD. Again, we're not saying that we deduct tenant improvements from net rents, but we have to recognize their existence. We have to understand why a rent might be as high as it is, or why it might be as low as it is. I talked about this quote, Mr. Chairman, in the last hearing as well. from an old hearing on the Richardson building. And I'll quote it again because I think we came through it from two different ways last time. The board notes in this case that 20 leases were executed in 1984 and 1985. In the board's view, this direct evidence gives a more reliable indicator of 1985 market rent than the Dawson report of evidence of the rent paid in other office buildings. Whether or not be the Dawson report, the Johnson report, or Mr. Cole's report, the fact is they're saying that you got to look at the subject property and not just supersede that with rents from other buildings. And the reason they say is the use of these rental rates as opposed to rental rates in other office buildings overcomes the need to make adjustments for differences in location, age, amenities, etc., between the subject and comparison properties. So when we look at the entire market, Mr. Chairman, and we look at what's happening in 2020 in the subject property, again, the average was 1779 square foot. But we recognize that this is a top performing property now. In my mind, and I think I can state this now because we're going to talk about everything throughout the day. 201 Portage and 360 Main are basically now pretty much almost neck and neck. 201 Portage slipped behind before. So I apply the same market rate, $18.50. And please, again, this does not mean I think we take $18.50 and apply it across the board to all spaces, including storage or anything else. That's completely inappropriate. And it's not the way the market would examine the property. They'd be looking at the actual performance as well. On page 15, we then apply the rents, each one tested. Do I apply as contract or do I supersede the market? And you'll see in blue all the cases where I applied market. All the way through page 16. And again, that means I apply the higher rents as higher rents, not as market lower. And the conclusion at the bottom of page 16 is that the RSA Tower has an average market rent as of April 2021 of $17.74 a square foot. That is corroborated by what we see being signed in the property in 2020. It's corroborated by what we see happening in our summary of the Class A market. Again, but that would be secondary to the actual performance of the property. Page 17, we talk about vacancy. We went through this in the last hearing, what's actually happening in the market. The vacancy has skyrocketed for Class A, and it's not just a blip. It stayed high through 19 and 20, and I'm not going to talk about post-reference, but let's just say that nothing's changed. And it sits at 20% for leased properties that are leased, according to both of our studies. And when we look at the entire leasable area, including owner-occupied space, it hovers around 10%. But that's the market. And that's an important consideration. When the entire market is not up in vacancy, that means you're going to have a harder time trying to fix the vacancy in your own building, especially at rents that you're hoping to get. The actual vacancy in the subject property, and this is, to be clear, Mr. Chairman, back to those stacking plans. This is not including space being held for CRA. This is actual vacancy. It was 13% in 2018. You'll see that on the stacking plan. It went to 16% in 2019, and it rose to 17% by the end of 2020. CRA is included in those. You'll see that on the stacking plan. This is other vacancy in the building. I mean, it includes, CRA is included as occupied. So the actual vacancy outside of that has been increasing. And we saw in Mr. Pohl's numbers, we saw the actual leases on the market, or sorry, not the leases, the units on the market at the reference date. And you recall on this page 41, that equated to 17.3% of the tower alone. So I don't think 10% is appropriate. But nor do I think we should use 17 or 18% in our least fee simple analysis. And we have board rules that we talked about before that do talk about the municipal board stating that yes, we look to the actual vacancy experience if it's above market, but we need to see stabilized. We need to see 3 years, and we've shown that here. And so despite that, despite the higher stabilized vacancy, what I propose, Mr. Chairman, is just 12%. Because typically, I like to try and find something that lies between market and actual stabilized performance, unless it appears that things are getting worse and worse and worse. And I'm not going to say that because that would be speculative. Page 19, I talked about this in the questioning, but I think the $15 per square foot shortfall is not reflective of market or actual performance, which is closer to 1950. So we apply $18 a square foot as the shortfall for this property. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I will forego going through the non-recovered expense study and let's leave it with you again. I can just summarize very quickly.
Yes, please.
Okay, so in that study, we showed that these kind of costs are real. We described what they are. We showed that appraisal text and valuation text say that they should be recognized. We talked about how they were recognized before. We now have established that part of that non-recovered is additional to what we see on the income statements. It's structural reserve, which is approximately 2% of the EGI. So what we're left with is really nothing to reflect for all of these additional expenses, which are real, which are necessary to derive the income that I'm providing for you as the basis of the valuation. Really not recognized at all. If we look at income statements, we sometimes see them, we sometimes don't. It all depends on the point in the cycle's occupancy that the property is at. It comes down to this, Mr. Chairman. Let me summarize it this way. Altus is saying they're real, and we're following appraisal texts, and it makes sense, and we see it in our studies of all types of properties, and we see it in these properties. Again, not all the time because it fluctuates. And the point of this is it's an allowance over the life of the building. So we feel we're correct in our position. The municipal boards that are being cited by Mr. Pohl are all decisions that are answering a question put before them, which was this. We'd like to deduct the tenant improvements from the face rents to come to a net effective. I've already described how I think that's inappropriate. And the board said, no, we're not considering the improvements or free rent or anything else to come to a net effective rent. But keep in mind, they weren't saying we don't think these things exist or that it should be recognized in valuation. And also keep in mind that they were very aware that there was a 7 or at times 8% allowance for these items in structural reserve. That was applied in every one of those decisions. So we're left with two scenarios of what the board was saying. And number one, they're saying, well, you're asking to deduct to a net effective, and we're not going to do that. And the non-recovered allowance is already in place. Or number two, that they're saying, we are going to ignore these kind of expenses completely. And the effect of that, we're well aware, means that assessments or values for assessment will go up 5% over what they actually should be because we're ignoring this allowance. And that would be a jurisdictional exception, Mr. Chairman, which are not hidden in board orders. They're clear statements. It flies in the face of the legislation, which is supposed to assess at value, to interpret these board decisions as saying, don't worry about it, we're not looking at 5% of the expenses. So, two different opinions, but that really is what the argument comes down to. That's really it. So we ask for the 7%. I also, Mr. Chairman, will not go through the cap rate study again, but you'll recall that we did the best we can in a market where there's not many transactions recently, but where we do analyze a transaction, it's very important to note. We're apples to apples in our methodology that we use for valuation, which means we include that allowance. Regardless of what's happening in the property, we include the 7% allowance. It might be higher at the time of sale. It might be lower at the time of sale. We include 7%, just as we would in the valuation. We also make the same adjustments to market rents, to contract rents, or applying market rents or applying a market vacancy. You will recall from our analysis of 433 Main, the transaction in 2019, that we followed all of the same rationale that we're doing with the subject property. Because if we don't, we would produce a skewed capitalization curve. Certainly, if we took the NOI as it states on an income statement and divided that by the sale price, we would have some number that made no sense for our analysis because we need to stay apples to apples. And so I just want to reiterate that because I feel that we're doing everything in a consistent manner when it comes to this item. Because the only other argument against not applying the full 7% is for someone to say it's born in the cap rate. Well, we need to see that in evidence, first of all. And secondly, if that's the case, then what we have is every time we enter a tenant's market with increasing costs like these, increasing tenant improvement costs, increasing leasing commissions, our cap rates would have to keep going up and then come back down and go back up. This is the whole rationale of why the modelers originally applied an allowance instead. So that's the non-recovered expenses, Mr. Chairman. We also have included $150,000 as bottom line income to reflect rooftop income and signage. I don't think that's contemplated in the city's analysis. So we are also including that. And on page 20, we come back to the capitalization rate. And Mr. Chairman, I'll ask, would you like me to go through it again, or is it fairly fresh in your mind still, the analysis that we had on cap rates?
Ms. Nesbitt? Sorry, what's that?
I'm fine with not going through it anymore.
As
Okay.
am I.
Okay, so the conclusions were based on broker studies, which we take a large grain of salt to because we don't know the methodology, but they gave us some stats. And the bit of evidence that we had, that we concluded that we certainly do not think April 21 is as stable or superior to the marketplace in April 18. And because of that, we would have a hard time justifying why we would agree to a 6% cap rate when we successfully argued 6.25 in the last cycle. And so we would conclude that at a minimum 6.25% should be the cap rate applied this cycle. But two things, Mr. Chairman, this comes back to a question you asked, another great question. Yeah. How much of the risk are we recognizing in the NOI that we're also recognizing the cap rate? And my answer, I hope, was clear, none. We're recognizing the risk, what's happening in the marketplace, the tenants market, all of these things in our NOI through the vacancy allowance and the market rents. So what the cap rate is then saying is, okay, based on your conclusions of that, where do you think it's going? And I could speculate and say, I think it's going to get worse. But what I'll say is, I think our conclusions last time will hold at 6.25% cap. But as I did with 201 Portage, I then look at the property and I said, well, there hasn't been this work done to it. And from a cap rate perspective, despite the fact that most people would say the market is probably going to get a little worse before it gets better because of the hybrid work model, et cetera, 360 Main did a very smart move by agreeing to that rent for CRA. They secured very precarious units for 15 years. And for that reason, I think it puts them, like 201 Portage, I concluded, it puts them in a bit of a better competitive position to face the headwinds they inevitably will face. And that is why, Mr. Chairman, again, I'm not applying the 6.25% cap rate. I'm coming down to 6%, which happens to be what the city is applying anyway. So we have no contention with cap rate. But I didn't want to just say we're accepting the cap rate. I want to be very clear about why we're doing things and how we're trying to recognize present physical condition. Now the concourse, Mr. Chairman, on page 21. We've done a similar analysis on page 21 as we're looking at all of the rents that were negotiated in 2019 and 20. And they're shown at in the top graph. And there's a wide range, depending on size, et cetera, et cetera. So this is a much less exact science than on the tower, but we're just using basically the middle ground at $24 a square foot. And we're applying it to everything, whether it's storage, whether it be large unit, small unit. We're applying it to all vacant units. So we go through on the bottom of page 21 into 22, every single rent in place in concourse, and we apply market to the vacant spaces. Let me just say this about the concourse. This is where we do have to recognize the reality of the April 121 marketplace and look into the future. Downtown retail is in trouble. And we need to recognize that. And so I think we're being quite fair actually in applying the rents that we do. They, on the bottom of page 21, they average out to $25.08 a square foot among all space, and that includes considerable storage. Actually, Mr. Chairman, if I could ask, please, that the panel turn to page 32. I think well, this isn't a stacking plan, this is horizontal plan, but these kind of plans are very good in visualizing what we're talking about. Yellow is the color they use now for vacant space. And you can see the amount of vacancy in the property, and that's fairly sustained. They've been having problems for quite some time. And none of this is because they're working on the tower above it. They have to do work to the parkade for foundation, but none of this has been sacrificed for the work of the tower. It still is vacant today. So the vacancy at year end 2020 was 25%. You can see that on the stacking plan or the plan. It was 29% in year end 2016. It was 16% in 17. In June 18 it was 19%. They brought in the TD Bank to help occupy some of the troublesome space in the concourse. So we've applied a vacancy allowance of 15%. Concourse. The actual expenses in the concourse are about $30 a foot. We've applied $25 a square foot as the shortfall. We've applied similar non-recovered expenses of 7%. And we've accepted the capitalization rate of 7%. We think it's appropriate because this is an income stream that I think has concerns going into the future. So on page 24, we have our conclusions. I've highlighted in blue where we differ from the city. And if we combine the two income streams with the appropriate capitalization rates, our value, Mr. Chairman, is $130,499,000 on page 24. I don't think we need to go through anything else in the appendix, so I'll conclude there. Thank you very much.
Mr. Capole, questions?
I'll need a break if that's okay. On these waters.
Yeah.
And then and I had to wait to hear the argument. I'll need about a 20-minute break because I need to take a quick visit back to the office and I'll be back to continue on. I think there's a fundamental thing we need to address.
Whoa, sorry.
Sorry.
You want to bring new evidence in from the
No,
office?
I'm going to bring in a case law from law person at any point in time. Sure. And that's based on the evidence which I've heard. So I need about 20 minutes.
So this will be then inclusive of our lunch break.
If you want to turn it into lunch break, sure.
Might as well.
Should we resume at 2 o'clock?
Two? I don't. Personally, I don't need that much time, Mr. Chairman, but I'm completely up to you.
I'm good
I
as
would-
well.
Can we shorten it up a bit?
Yeah.
Certainly.
Or else we're never going to
1:45.
get
Do
through
I
the
hear
second
1:45
property.
going once?
1:45 or 1:45 already. Okay, sure.
Okay,
Sure.
then we will resume at 1:45.
This time I will try this on each. This what only like a granola bar yesterday. Starting.
Okay, you're live.
Hey, thank you very much. So we are resuming our session after our lunch break. And am I correct, Mr. Pohl, in understanding that you went back to the office and obtained some material that you want to provide to us? Is that correct?
Correct. It's,
Okay, without getting into it, could you tell us in general terms what it is and what the justification would be for introducing it now?
It's the order for 223 James. The order itself contains two issues with non-compliance, but also contains an issue with inconsistent information that's being used at the appeal versus what's been held out on income statements or for income expense questionnaires. It speaks directly to what the agent today is doing. So I'll go through that in full and then reference the order itself.
In that case, we will take a short recess. And
It is case
Nesbitt
law.
and I will consider it.
Sure, it is case law. It is not evidence. It is case law, which should be able to be.
But nevertheless, it is your presentation rather than your questioning.
I'm still going to question and then present case law after once we go through it. You follow what
I'm following. I want to discuss with Ms. Nesbitt whether we want to permit you to introduce this information to us at this point.
Okay.
So we will recess briefly.
Okay, so then you will go into the room.
Sure.
Okay, we're live.
Okay, we are resuming from our recess in which we considered whether we were going to permit Mr. Pohl to present some additional information or argument. And we have concluded no, in the context of this application, we will not. It would be out of order. The time was during your presentation or by submission of a rebuttal. If you wish to provide that information to the board in the context of the next application, and that would be some verbal evidence, that would be fine. But right now we'll be moving on to your questions.
Can I just ask a quick reference? The 54.3.1 clearly reads, providing information as substantial variance presented at a hearing. I have to wait till they present. After they present, I can do this. I cannot do it before. They haven't presented it yet. So can I get the rationale why it would not be applicable now?
54 refers to information that is inconsistent in at the hearing relative to what was provided in an I&E, not what was in the brief. You had the brief to look at, and you could have provided a rebuttal with respect to section 54 at that time. But you may do so if you wish at the next application, but not in the context of this application.
I hear you and I accept the board's position, but I just respectfully disagree with it because that's clearly not the way it's written. It's written as when it's presented. Whether it's in a brief, it's not presented until they enter it into evidence verbally and they present the brief.
You could make that argument at some point in the future, near or far.
Moving on. Can you turn to page 7? You have a total area of 613,991, which you agree that that is 1.4% different from what the city assessor had or the assessment department has on its brief at 622 some odd thousand square feet.
It's about 10,000 square feet difference, which I find to be very problematic.
So 1.4%.
If we can call this percent, I find it possible.
And just so we're clear, my rebuttal, which we already dealt with, is being carried forward from the last, so we don't have to go too much detail. Okay, right. As long as we're both You look at page 11, you see the subject property leases that you have at $20.1650. And then we follow to the next page. You have on page 12 the face rent, which you deem face rent. And then you have numerically the values that are there. Are those the values that are directly on the INE submitted for the 2020 year?
No, they're commencing in 21.
Okay, so next to that, you have the net contract rent, correct?
Sorry, on page 12, net contract rent, that's correct.
So you're taking $5 off as an unrecoverable expense.
That's correct.
Can you please turn to whether it be on your 2020 or I guess, are you including the 2021 INE?
Only the page that shows the lease that would be in before the reference date, redacted everything else.
Okay, so why wouldn't you put the leases that are in place that are commenced before?
That's right.
Why would you not put the leases that commenced before the April 1st, 2000? So anything that's on the contract roll that isn't after April 1st, 2012 or 2021?
Not sure. Well, to answer your question, like typically what we do in this analysis for the potential market income is we don't limit ourselves to the end of 2020 because the reference date is now April 1st, 21. So I'll look into the beginning of that next year to determine if anything's changed up or down.
So I will then direct you to, and I'll go through this in pretty much detail. When you see on page 1 they're not labeled.
Excuse me, what page are you referring to, Mr. Poole?
I'm trying to, there isn't a page number on it, but it's after the January 2020 to December 2020 financial statements. It's the rent roll.
So whereabouts is that?
It's about halfway through. It says page 49 of the rent roll or the submission for the INE, financial INEs. So I'm trying to find, yeah, I guess it'd be 49.
48,
49.
49, yeah.
Different than yours.
Yeah, mine 50, 59, 49 is the page.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure we got the right.
I think so. Mine's just a portrait rather than landscape.
Yeah, I don't know why it's a different than yours now. Just so, yeah, well, that looks about right. Okay. All right, so if we go through the rent roll, and I'm gonna do this in a bit of in lieu of more so, but we need to pin this down. Do you see any face rents being declared here?
Sorry, do I see face rents on the
Do
rent
you
roll?
see face rents on the rent roll?
Yeah, most of these would show the face rent and then the recoveries.
Do you see the wordage face rent?
I see com rent. My eyes aren't that good, but whatever the
So
term.
they don't have the term face rent. They don't have a term net contract, correct?
They don't use those terms. No.
And they don't have an unrecoverable amount that they're declaring to us.
Sorry,
A non-recoverable amount which you would be using that they're declaring to us.
I'm going to understand the question. They don't have a non.
When you see your unrecoverable of $5 and when you're showing.
Oh, well, no, I mean, it's easy math though. If you find that the recoveries will match the expenses.
I'm just showing what they actually are declaring to us.
I'm
So
afraid
when
you've
we go-
lost me as to where you are. Do you mind pointing that out?
Page 49.
It's called page 1 at the top, page 49 of the brief.
Yeah,
Okay. Now,
it's right after the income statements for January 20 to December 20th.
what I'm seeing here is headings across the top, then the varying information for Shaw Telecom, TELUS Mobility, etc. Is that not correct?
Yeah, it says rent roll lease charges, 360 Main, Shops of Winnipeg Square.
I don't see
Dated-
the words rent roll lease charges. I see rent roll, way up the top, sorry. Okay, so then your current reference is to which row of data here?
I'm going through the rent roll to show what actually is in place versus what the expenses from the base rent will be deducted from. which was part of what I was going to get through to the case law, which is showing expenses that are being taken off, which is being shown to us on the rent roll. It's being introduced, which is
Carry on.
So essentially, when we go through the rent roll, if you look at page 49, we're all on 49. We flip forward, obviously, this is the communications element, rooftop storage, which will play a big factor into it. But when we turn to the next page, or I should say, yes, at the bottom of page 49, we see Microsoft Inc. for $11,772. Rent that they're paying in 2020 is $20 a square foot, correct?
Correct.
When we go through the next roll, the next CRU 150 series 152, we see that the rent in place starting in 2014, even though it's older, is $18, correct?
Correct.
When we see Phil O'Reilly, which is a prominent tenant, 30 anchor tenant, will offer 39,629 square feet. We see the rent that's commenced in 2016 and still under lease is $22 a square foot, correct?
Correct.
We see the escalations below that to 2021, which is just post-reference, again, post-reference, but we see an escalation in rent to $24, correct?
Sorry, this is on
51. 51. So we see a trending increase in rent.
sorry, I don't know if down on the next page.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So the next tenant, again, 20,000 square feet, KPMG. We see that they had free rent, but for a short amount of time, but it commenced again at $16.50. Right. Correct. Do we know if they paid for any tenant improvements?
Yeah, they had a huge amount. That was the one I mentioned in the evidence. That was one of the only leases signed in 2020.
Okay.
Massive.
And so that would be indicative of the lower $16.50, and you see them as the lease goes on.
No, actually,
Back to
that
market.
it would be inflated because of the tenant inducement. They had to. They brought this tenant over from Richardson Building. You probably have gathered a pattern now of most of these leases are coming from other buildings. So it's usually a large.
So you see the tenant inducement and you see a lower rent, and then you see it going back to market, reflective of the building and the asking rates to get into the building.
No, I see it stepping up 5 years later.
Yeah.
Is the
Next.
word free to be read as tenant inducement?
No, that's the rent. That's
That's the
the base rent, Mr. Chairman.
So where do I see tenant inducement?
You wouldn't on a rent roller.
That's my point. You're not seeing them on the rent roll. You're not seeing the costs that are being redacted off in the rent roll. But what
Okay.
you're seeing is the actual lower rent and then it increasing back to market.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Redacted. I don't understand I think you've got it backwards, Mr. Cole.
I'm sorry, but when I see the rent going from $16.50 to $21.75, as we go through the rent rolls, you'll see all the rents trending forward, trending increasing, not the
That's
opposite
a
way.
10-year step down the road. Okay.
So if we just go through the rent roll, and I'm just pointing out to the panel, the actual rents that are in place.
But
So-
these are, you're making reference to ones that are, if I'm reading this correctly, the years 2030 to 2035?
Right, no, in the current rent, it's $16.50 per.
Yes, I know. But are you wanting us to see that it goes up from 1650 up to 2175?
I'm showing the trajectory of the building. So if you're
Yeah, but
looking
that's
at it,
post-reference. That's post-reference.
the agent has spoken numerous times to the trend of the marketplace, what's going to be projected into the future. I said we should resolve and stop at April 1st, 2020, or April 2021. But known to anyone purchasing this building would be the trajectory of what the building itself is being managed at.
If you could rephrase this in a question, I can try and answer it.
Well, I'm not, the panel is making an objection, so. I'm just verifying with the agent, what the actual rents that are held out to the department are. And we don't see $11.45, and we don't see lower rent. What we see is a number of rents between $19 and $20 and $21, and we see the trajectory of the industry.
Okay, I rather like the theoretical argument that rents will rise over time and into the future. I'm a little concerned about seeing specific numbers and how they might influence us.
He ultimately stated that the rents that are in place is what someone would buy it for. We've heard them state that.
Well,
So we're going with the rents on.
Mr. Chairman, may I? Because I don't really like things being taken out of context.
Have you finished the question, Mr. Paul?
Well, I don't know who's asking questions. I thought I was, but I didn't feel it from both sides now. So if we want to take a pause and read this.
No, I'm trying to understand what it is that you're asking questions about. And I did state my objection to seeing data that is off into the future.
I'm not showing.
Understandably, it's not your data.
Let me be clear. I'm showing you the rents that are in place at before the reference date.
Yeah.
Numerical values, the rents that they're showing us. Artistry does a very good job of underneath putting the projections or the expected rent or the lead contract rent put in place for the stepped increases. We're not relying on that, but it is on the same. It is on the same form, right below the actual rents that are in place and for the year 2020. So I'm showing you all the rents that are for the year 2020. I don't know why either agent or panel would not want to see that. And then cross-referencing that to see that the trajectory is not going down. It is merely continuing along at a stable or a slight increase, the way we see the marketplace.
I think
So
we
I
can
don't
make a
see
theoretical
why-
assumption that does happen, yes.
Okay, so my point is what we see and what I tried to get to. We're seeing an agent take off of quote unquote base rents or rents that are being given to us on the INEs and then subtracting costs, which speaks specifically to 223 James, which was inconsistent information. But since I'm not allowed to address 223 James, I'll simply go through the rent roll and cross-reference what's there with what they're actually in place.
All right.
Okay, so as long as we go through, we see the next rent, which is we're going to interrupt it here. It would be Dr. Brent Long Dental Corporation. We see them in place at $18.50. $18.75, correct, in February 2020. We go to Toronto Dominion Bank, which is the new tenant coming into the building. We see them somewhat less at 16. Actually, that's free rent at $16 off, but ultimately they started at $16, correct? And then it escalates upwards from that. The next one is Deloitte Management, occupies significant amounts, 40,000 square feet, even though it's an older rent in 2016 at $17.75. Right.
Correct.
And the step ups truly increase that will be going higher than that. Again, we're not going to consider the post reference amounts, but it shows a trajectory of increase. The next tenant is Coordinated Management, indicating net, and it's at 42,000 square feet at $22.25. Correct. And as of January 1st, 2021, it's $24.25 a square foot. Right, it's the next line, 3 lines down. Priceline Partners.
Are we going to do this for every?
Yes, we are.
You're kidding me,
Yes, we
Mr.
are.
Chairman.
I want to
Yep.
reflect what's on the roll and what's being held out to the assessment department.
Well, what is
Versus-
what is your question? I don't want rebuttal in the question period. What's the question, Mr. Paul?
The question's lining up with, if you see a rent roll hovering around $20, why are you using 11.45 and saying that
Okay,
it's
Mr. Slaughter, please answer that question.
Well, I'll answer this in general, Mr. Chairman, that we went through this with 201 Portage. The whole concept of the direct capitalization approach is you take a year one stabilized, you don't count the step ups because the capitalization rate based on other properties anticipates the same sort of escalation. The point being, all leases in almost every Class A building have step ups. That's what the owner is buying. So you don't take the step ups from the future and then capitalize it. You take the year one income. So the second point, why do we deduct unrecovered expenses? That's what you do to semi-gross or gross leases. It's very simple. It's basic 101 valuation.
Majority of these leases aren't semi-gross or gross. You can see the recovery.
There's nothing else to adjust, Mr. Paul.
So if I'm allowed to continue, see from the rent roll that it's pretty much a $19.
Well, what's your next question, Mr. Paul?
My question is, when you see an $11.45 rent, effectively half, that doesn't give you pause.
Yeah, it gives me pause, as do every lease. Any lease that is higher or lower than the norm gives me pause. Stantec, that was reported over and over again, is clearly a non-arm's length lease, and it sits outside your second deviation. You've used it over and over again. I would have pause. This lease, I asked the owner 3 times to verify I understand correctly before I come before this board and make my presentation. And they have answered me clearly. That is what it takes to secure this tenant in this space. I can't answer anything.
And you have not provided the lease in full, but you provided, and I'll get to this in a moment. You provided the last page, which is showing the CRA lease, correct?
Yep.
But it's only showing what it is currently in the 2021 year, but you're not showing what typically is shown on every single CRU, what the projection or what the contract is moving forward.
Well, hang on a minute.
Actually, you know what? I don't
That's the
want to
entire
see
page.
projected information. Please, let's just stick to information that was at the reference date or the period before.
Right, and my point is, you
Theoretically,
see everywhere that
rise
there's
over
a
time.
tenant inducement.
If you can show, if you can, through your questions, draw out information about the amount of inducements and that sort of thing, that's fine.
And
But let's-
that's where I'm getting to, but it seems like I'm continually being interrupted and I'm trying to be as respectful as I can. We see an $11.45.
Well, that's very nice to interrupt you again. It's my prerogative to do so. And I do not want post-reference information, whether it's provided by the agent or by you. I'd rather not hear that discussion. Theoretically, I think it's been established that we understand things will rise over time. If there's some way of showing us what the amount of inducements are that are inherent in rent, that's fine, but let's stick to that pre-reference.
I just want to be, okay, you already stated that the $11.45 rent is actually net and the owner's paid addition to that, so it should be even less than $11.45.
No, it shouldn't be, because I wouldn't deduct the tenant inducements from the face rent, the net rent. But yes, that is the net rent calculation, Mr. Paul.
So in a building managed by artists where the rest of the building is hovering around $20 or so, you feel that artists would somehow be forced into this lease for a third of their building, which would ultimately cripple, if it stays at $11.45 for the remaining lease, or if there's small step ups from that, but realistically significantly under marketplace, that you feel artistry would enter into this lease, which effectively would cripple this whole thing.
I don't know how many times I can answer this. Yes, they did. And yes, they were wise to do so. And yes, I've investigated it over and over. I can cite you all of the questions where I keep asking the same thing. So we can go through this over and over and over again.
So getting to the next question, concourse area.
Mhm.
We see that it's a $25.18 rent for the city versus a $25.08 rent for yourself. So there really is no argument around the rent.
Yeah, this is such a complex property. I didn't want to, I wanted to go through the analysis, but you're right. It's, I think, anyway, if that's what you're saying, I didn't even double check that. We're at the same, oh, sorry, not the total, just the rent, the market rent.
This is the market rent.
Yeah, no, and again, I answered this, I think, before. I don't just apply market rent to every single space. I apply it where it requires either on vacant space or requires superseding the contract rent, if there are very clear reasons why.
Okay, so if we're making it clear, you've already stated this is one of the 3 prime OFAs city.
Yes.
Concourse area underneath it would obviously have a greater demand versus say Portage Place, Skywalk.
Oh, I would think so.
So why would we put a higher vacancy rate of 15%, which is what you put on it, versus a similar vacancy rate when the building's being operated on the same economic basis? And you see the flow of traffic right here in this concourse area. There is no outside barricades up around Portage. I mean, you have to go through this concourse area. It forces people to go through. You would have a greater resultant tendency, would you not?
They've had chronic vacancy in this concourse predating the hybrid work model revolution of the pandemic. So the vacancy allowance, I think, is very justified on the site-specific performance. I'm not sure what you're alluding to with the vacancy allowance applied to Portage Place is relevant. I'm not sure.
No, I'm saying, do you not feel that this should be lower than your average 15%? If you're saying your average 15% is for the concourse area for Winnipeg.
No, I feel quite strong about the allowance applied based on the history and projected future.
So given the fact that they added on to the concourse area above, increase their area, would that not state that they have a relatively safe assumption that the absorption will happen?
I don't think it states anything. They've added on, they're building a tower beside it. Will that increase the occupancy in the concourse? This comes back to a fundamental thing we discussed before. That's speculative. And if they do, by all means, the future assessment should reflect it.
Questions already been raised and answered in non-carbables, but having stated the non-carbables that they declared was roughly around $326,000, correct?
The total non-recovered in 2020 was 505,000. I would agree we deduct the land lease. It leaves a residual of, I believe it was around 180,000. That does not include leasing commissions, which in 2019 were 326,000, and 2020 was 61,000. It of course doesn't include structural reserve. Again, even if it does add up to the math for that given year, that's not the point.
Typically, this income stream would be greater given the fact that they would be occupied, they wouldn't have withholding space, as well as the renovations that occurred to the property and the tenancy as far as the concourse area was affected based on the tower going up, right?
Sorry, Mr. Fuller.
The space is, there's more vacancy within the building at the moment, given the anchor tenants moving in, as well as the building that's going up on the south end of the section. So you would expect a little bit higher non-recoverables, given the fact what's going on.
Yeah, you'll see higher non-recoverables, especially in the years where major leasing is happening because they might have had a problem with occupancy. We saw that in 201 Portage. Like in that case, the non-recovered expenses were through the roof. I mean, if I was to use the actuals in that case, but that's the whole point of the allowance, is it amortizes over the next asset.
Would you not see that this building realistically is beating the average? What I've noticed going through artistry properties, they effectively manage at a zero non-recoverable expense. At least they push that envelope. So when you're claiming 7 overall, would that not be greater than what the actual performance of the artistry report was doing?
Well, again, in any given year, it might be higher or lower. It's an allowance, which is amortized. There's only so much an owner can recover from tenants before there's pushback. So a lot of these buildings try and recover as much as they can. And this is coming back to the exercise of eliminating expenses on income statement. And I apologize for losing my temper about that, but I couldn't disagree more with the approach for an income statement when those are expenses that have to be vetted through the tenants to say that we are recovering this from you because it is a recoverable expense. And so to insinuate that it shouldn't have been in that category is, whoa. Anyway, again, I apologize for losing my temper at that time, but I hope I've explained that when they can recover an expense, it's for a reason.
Given most of the questions for the cap rate's already been done, I think I'll rest there with my questions.
Okay, Ms. Nesbitt, questions?
Mr. Slaughter, I'm sorry, it's been probably a couple hours or since we talked about this, but with respect to the square footage, where did you get your square foot number from?
Ours comes from, the actual rent roll is missing some areas because CRA wasn't paying on the space, I believe is the answer. So I had to go through every unit from the rent roll and recalculate it. So actually, just to explain, Ms. Nesbitt, what we do on our end when we analyze a property like this is we'll enter every single rent in the building, every single lease with the area and the rent paid, et cetera, et cetera. And then we actually do quite a vetting process to make sure that floor by floor we appear to be accurate, because sometimes you can get messed up when a rent is multiple floors and you're not quite sure. So you want to make sure that you do a reconciliation by floor. And once I finished that, and then I went back to the materials that Artis does provide that Mr. Fuller had in evidence, and they keep saying 600,000. I realized then that 31st floor storage is not included in that number. And so I went back again to add up that, it comes out to 13,000. So that's a very long way of saying that it's multiple ways of verifying different numbers to make sure that we are accurate in our calculation.
Okay, so arriving at that, you came up with 613. $1,991.
Correct.
And 551-ish, a little bit more than that, is the office space.
And storage. yeah,
And,
correct.
and within that number is also the vacant storage space,
Correct.
correct? Or sorry, the storage space and the vacant space, obviously.
And the vacancies.
Right. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. You said that they have had trouble renting the lower floors. Is that historic or just something recent?
I'm cautious to say too far back, Mr. Chairman, because actually this is the newest property that Altus represents. So when they had mentioned that to me, I imagine they mentioned recent years.
Okay. And they're the single largest tenant in the building,
Them being a CRA?
CRA.
Yes, they are correct.
Oh, okay. Now, I guess my next question is perhaps unfortunately been answered, but is the term of the lease that they signed is for what period?
So I'll go back in history because I went through this with the owner and I want to make sure that I address this properly. CRA was in the building from 2009 until, depending on the space, most of it was until 2020. Some space expired in 2017, but the majority, that 63,000 square feet we talked about earlier today, that was floors 6 through 8, and they occupied that from 2008 to 20. So at around in 2016, I guess was the date, CRA, number one, made a decision to move their employees out of 325 Broadway. And they were going to consolidate their downtown offices into one space. And then they went to the market and said, we're moving out of here at the end of 2020. So we'll put out an RFP for new space for what would be 133,000. So at that moment, actually, Artis risked losing the 63,000 square feet that they already had. So the RFP went out and it was a competitive bid and Artis eventually won, but it was at a cost. However, when you really back up and think of it, instead of losing 63,000 square feet, they secured 133,000 square feet, filling floors that historically they've had more difficulty in leasing. So when they answer my questions, and this isn't my, Mr. Chairman, be clear, this isn't my interpretation or my opinion. This is coming from them, from my pointed questions. It was a very wise move. And when I step back and think about it, I think you're right. Because the last thing you want is considerable vacant space. Not only do you not have revenue, when you're a REIT, this is a very dangerous thing. You also have the shortfall of unrecovered expenses.
In your experience, is this kind of reduced rent common? A real exception?
Is it common? If you asked me that question in the last assessment cycle, I'd say no, not really. But you ask me that now, and the reason I say this is because you'll hear this, if not today, then in the next hearing, multiple examples of rents going down.
All right. That's all my questions.
Okay, oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman, if you wish, I can, off the top of my head, I can mention a few that we'll hear about later when we get to the Class Bs, but maybe I'll save it for that.
All right, that'll be fine. That then concludes our discussion.
Just make one follow-up point. I apologize, I didn't catch this on page 161. Given the fact you're bringing in the latest leasable area, it looks like it's 619,824.
Sorry, it's what?
619,824.
And sorry, how did you?
The second last page of your brief, which again gets it really close to the 623,319, which one where it's not really a point of contention.
Okay.
Where is that number?
Page 151 of the Pelham Street.
151?
61.
161.
So sorry, 619,824 is what we're stating.
Yeah. So again, it's basically bang on from what the numbers we have.
And I'd have to verify that, but you are correct, that's what it states here. So it's about halfway between us, I guess.
About 0.6%.
All right. Summaries?
Yeah, this is a premium building. It is, from the CEO at the time, stated it is the best building in the city of Winnipeg to own for investment purposes, but obviously involves classic buildings. And that was in 2010 when they purchased it to their shareholders. From that point, we see rents that are in place between asking for at the reference date between $20–$22. And you see when you go through the rental, which I tried to explain in full, in the contract year, leasehold is hovering around $19–$22 for most of the tenants within the building. So when we do our analysis and we see that the market rents are averaging about $19, asking about $20, this would be a premium happening between a little bit more than that. A rent put on it at $20.87 is very realistic. You see that the actual performance of the building is that. You see the only places where there is dropping of rent is where their new anchor tenants are coming in and when there's heavy investment put into those tenant spaces, which calls for pause because usually within the first term there's a drop in rent and then it escalates back within the marketplace within the building and the marketplace itself with the Winnipeg populace of lower base. You can go through the rent rolls and see that there's a $16 rent for one of the tenants. New tenants that were in place for, I believe it was TV, and on the concourse area, they had a $5 rent, literally $5 rent in an OFA building. When you see those numbers, it's called for pause. I'd like to see the leases on those. Anyone would, because that's so far below market that below storage. Average storage in an OFA is around $12 a square foot. It balance, read that multiple times throughout the cycles that I've dealt with. To put a third of your building for CRA in at the storage rate, I'm sorry, I need to see the verification for that. It's so far below market for one of the pinnacle buildings in the city that it raises a gigantic flag. So when you go through analysis of those leasehold that are not being influenced by tenant inducements, you see them roughly hovering around $20, $21, $22, due at 19. And then of course the concourse area. There's variance there. The smaller areas are higher, significantly higher, but overall $25 rent, I don't think we're in disagreement with around there. So when I'm looking at that income stream, I'm seeing an income stream that is not going to be purchased or hasn't been reflected now because they're putting in anchor tenants. There's spaces that aren't collecting rent. They're putting in large capital investments, all things that we don't include. We don't include by case law, and it's fundamental to our jurisdiction, Manitoba. You may be looking at on an appraisal in a different format, but an appraisal is not an assessment. We're doing an assessment, and the appraisal must conform to jurisdictional exceptions that the municipal board has set, and we're following that here today. So when I'm looking at this building, our market rent that we put in is based on a feasible basis, and that's the market moving into the building on a reference date, what vacancy would expect to do, and what expenses we expect to go along with, and then capped at our appropriate cap. I feel we've done that here today. To look at it, as the agent has stated, based on what they will purchase, leasehold, you're not even looking at it on a leasehold way. You're looking at it on a influx leasehold at the moment. If you're looking at it on a short-term horizon, it may look bad for a year or two, but when you're looking at it on a long-term horizon, you have an improved building. At the cost of the tenants coming in, you're getting a discounted rent at first. Not only does that secure your building, because that tenant's not going to walk away from that investment, it lowers your risk for vacancy. And if you're actually going to sell it, anyone who purchases it will go, all this has already been done. Your anchor tenants are secure. They're not realistically going to walk away from the investment they contributed. And we see that the value is in there. So when we're looking at this, from a fee simple standpoint, I think would be very realistic, and it's very, very well proven. You see the analysis that we did with the marketplace. You see, if you look at the last page of the marketplace Johnson report, look what they're asking. It's very stable. You don't see their asking rate trending downwards You don't see any of the marketplace trending downwards if the market's going to fall, but it's not the case. And what you see furthermore, the strengthening of this marketplace is adding to it. You see the True North coming in. You see it being a double prime. Yes, they took some tenants out. Marketplaces ripple is recovering, and you see that they wouldn't. I mean, True North is getting between $30 and $37 triple net. It's a different animal. It's a superior animal in the marketplace, but you see that they wouldn't be building that if it wasn't a very strong marketplace. No one would do that. True North, by definition, is showing the market to be strong, and this competing property, although it's a higher end premium A, is honestly a little lower than that building there, but there's still a heavy marketplace. True North is under 2,000 square feet, some odd square feet. They're already filled up. The rest of the marketplace is going to adjust, and you see that happening before your eyes. The 201 Portage, with the absorption in that building, as well as the absorption in this building, it's being properly managed. Arts Street did a really good job of curbing what the environment that was going on. They moved their head office from the lower areas, which was harder to lease. They moved it into 201 Portage. The reason why they did that is because they want to have more availability for a higher earning income building. Any property management company would see that, and they did that. So again, they put more of their higher earning potential on the market, and it was absorbed. The question that I rest in my mind is, do you really think of $11.45 net rent is market? Look at the study. It's not even close. So I think the information we presented today at $174,515 is very relative to market. It's reflective of market. It's reflective of leasing activity in the building, as well as the other OP primes. And I think it should be confirmed here today. Thank you.
Mr. Slaughter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start with a few of the comments about the rents in place. I've mentioned before that in our analysis, we look at as many of the rents as we can, higher or lower, and try and understand the reasons why. And there are many rents which are above the average that we've calculated on the actual rents in place. And we understand that they typically are because of tenant inducements. And we've looked at the ones that are lower. So rather than answering the question over and over to Mr. Pohl, I thought it would be best to just quote right from the owner, because I investigate each of these. So TD Concourse, I asked them about the tenant inducements. They paid about $100 per square foot between the office upstairs and the concourse unit. And then I said, so Artis paid for the build out, not the tenant. And the answer, to the extent that the build out exceeded the TI allowance, the tenant paid that amount. And then I asked, any further explanation on why such a low net rent? Is this just the nature of the deal to bring them over from 201? Recall, most of these leases that are happening right now are the result of the tenants market because of the supply demand imbalance, which has raised vacancy and caused owners to spend significant amounts to reposition themselves. And the answer is correct. And then I said, does it step, same kind of questions Mr. Pohl is asking, does it step considerably at some point? Like I'm asking, is that just a blip? These are the things I have to know before I come before you and state what I think is a very diligent valuation. And their answer, there are rent steps. 2018 to 23 is $5 a foot. 23 to 28 is $10 a foot. 28 to 33 is 15. That's typical escalations that we see in every sort of lease. So at the end of this exercise, Mr. Chairman, I have to say to myself, well, do I go with what is reality and what has been explained to me very clearly, or do I still say, based on my assumptions, they should be doing better? I think that would be very inappropriate. It's the exact same thing with the CRA. The CRA, I asked them 3 times to make sure I understood this correctly. Am I missing anything in this rent that is $11.45? Am I missing anything? And the last point that she made was basically telling me that, it is what it is. I said, and the new rent was much lower than before. It's netting only at $11.45. Is this what, because the market was competitive and now they have twice as much space? And she said, correct. I mean, this is the marketplace we're in. This is the reality of the properties that we're facing. So in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, today we are trying to determine the market value as of a reference date and considering the current physical condition. And just like with 201 Portage, I've tried very hard to make sure the board understands that we are doing exactly that. And we have examined the rents and where we feel that rents need adjustment. To recall from 201 Portage, RBC only actually pays 13 a square foot, but then I found out it's because they paid for all of their improvements and there was a rent credit for that. well, I apply the higher market rent. But if I can find no reason why a contract rent is not considered market, I must apply as market. And that happens a few times through the building. But for the most part, the contract rents, which are, in my opinion, higher than typically we see because of these vast amount of tenant improvements invested into the property, are applied as market. And again, this is because even though I'm doing a fee simple, I'm trying to understand what the property's value is in the eyes of a prudent potential purchaser as of April 1st, 2021, and bringing in any other influence from the current physical condition. As evidence of how different I am in the presentation or my valuation from what we'll call the leased fee, you'll recall our discussions around the NOI, and stabilized NOI of this property for the 3 years leading up to 2021 was hovering around 6.3 million. Well, the NOI that I present to you today is 7.973 million. This is because of the fee simple adjustments I've made. But the NOI that is being proposed by the city for both this property and 201 Portage, in excess of 10 million in this case, is based on nothing, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, but assumptions and speculation. And for that reason, I respectfully ask that you consider the value that we have put forward at 130,499,000. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. That concludes number 3 on our docket, 360 Main Street. The next one, number 4, is 375. Is that the new tower on the same base?
That's the Richardson.
That's the Richardson building. Okay, sorry. The Richardson building. All right. So it is now 2:35. If we're going to 4 o'clock, do we have time to do this one
I
completely?
think so. This will be straightforward.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question at this point? At the end of this presentation, we'll have included the 3 Class A's, and then it's just the Class B's after that. My understanding is we might not get to any properties if we don't finish them today until possibly February. Would the board consider rendering decisions on the Class A's, or do you need to hear everything as a whole?
We would certainly consider it without implying one answer or another.
Okay,
We would
thank
consider
you.
it.
All right.
Well then, does anybody need a 5-minute break? I do. Can you Give me 5 minutes, please.
I will run to the bathroom.
Good, we're live.
All right, we'll resume after our recess with 375 Main Street, item 4 on our docket today. Mr. Pohl, your evidence, please.
File number is 222925. The roll number is 130605800300. Civic address is 375 Main Street. Assessed value for the 2023 assessment is $1,118,699,000. It is an OFA. It is the oldest OFA in the portfolio. We see that it was built in 1980s or 1967. We have an effective year of 1985, so it's received upgrades over the years. We have a leasable area of 483,784 square feet. Bit of a brief explanation of what the building is on the subject property description is starting on page 3. Again, we all know it's the Richardson building, Class A building. They indicate on their space that it's about approximately 475,000 square feet. The indicators received a gold vest silver. And they're looking to improve as well. If you look on the same page, they actually then on page 5 declare that it's 489,954 square feet. And they break out the retail as well. So the total space is actually 534,000. 660. Again, this is simply what they're reporting to us, or not to us, but to the public on their website. So it is a considerable amount differ.
What is that number again? The 500 and something?
It's on page 5. 534,066 square feet. They have it broken down for office space at 489,952 for retail space at 44,114. So again, this is just straight from their website. If we look on the next page, it's all the workups. Again, we have 459,000 for the building, for the actual building, which we have a rental rate model that $18.65 a square foot. Our standard parameters apply, 10% for vacancy, 3% for non-recoverable, $50 for shortfall, which produces a net operating income of $6,801,000, capped at 6%, gives us our $113,363,000. On the next page, we have the commercial shopping area, which is just under the building. Some escalators going down, we're sure we've all walked through it from time to time. It's 26,067 square feet. We have an $18.73 square foot rent on it. Overall, and again, our same standard parameters apply with the exception of shortfall, which is at $16. So our PGI is 480,479, and with those reductions for the parameters, our net operating income is $367,920, capped at 7%, gives you the $5,286,000. Synopsis is on the next page. Again, indicating that we have $180,690,000. So the NOI, just pay attention to that, is 7.1 million modeled. I didn't find any reason to make any adjustments here. It's a little bit older of a building. Use a bit of a caution. I'm fiber the study as well as the concourse area. So when we go through here, we'll just go through the pictures on page 12. Just to give a bit more indication of the building. You live in Winnipeg, you know what the building is, it's a landmark. So on page 16, it's indicating that again, it's a center for construction, typical office floor plates. Gold Invest achieved it's silver, but it's I guess getting upgraded or first, you know, the drive for these are to upgrade your building as you go along. They have their LEED Canada registered. So as we go along, that's what we'll be doing. If you look at the next page, 19, you see the same summary of permits that were put into the building. Same study I've done on the other page, just showing the 5-year breakdown of what was put in. So from 1999 to 2004, we had about 7.5 million. 2005 to 2009, we had about 2. From 2010 to 2014, we had 13.9. And from 2010 to 2014, we have a typo there. It should say it should be from 2015 to the current date. We have about 11.5 million. So overall, we have about 34 million put into the building, a little bit less than what we see for other buildings. And that's, I think, a little bit more reflective of the fact that some of the spaces are occupied, but it's not really on the market. So you have a bit of reduction in costs because you're not actively trying to gain tenancies. You know, you've got quite a portion of the building. So the next pages on page 23, 24 and 25 are the AI needs, and of course the COVID forms as well. And again, they indicated that it's a minor impact to this building. So moving on from that, they submit a financial statement, which I go through in detail on page 26. We see that their rent that they put in for their building, their actual was 7.3 million. For the office, for the retail was 612,000. You see the free rent is in at 220,000. highlighted in red, and the amortization of tenant inducements with 1.5 million approximately. The stuff in red, I'd be looking to exclude from the income stream, and I have done that below. Aside from that, we left it as such. You see that the lease documents and leasing the market expenses are something that you'd also typically remove. I left that in simply because it's nominal, not that much there. So I mean, realistically, it's not going to change anything. So, and again, a consulting fee which was 57,000. I'm not sure what that would be for, but again, I didn't remove it. I just left it in. So when you look at it, their net operating income is 6.2 million approximately. And below that, it's approximately $18.82 a square foot is what they're getting. And then adjusted back for the free rent and the tenant inducements, because we shouldn't be doing that. We see that it's 7.9 million. And if you do a quick reference back, the NOI that we had overall was 7.1. So I feel that again, for another building, it's performing at market. It's a bit better than what our model was. Again, with the exclusion of tenant inducements and free rent. So we look at the actual vacancy within the building on the next page. They indicate at the year end, it's 12.4%. They indicated an average of about 8 or 8.6%, depending on how you look at it. They budgeted for 8.6%, or the average, and it's 8%. 8%. So the next page is over, are just simply the rent roll, and you can see the rent roll. And I think it's very important to actually look at not just what the model produced or what my study produced, but actually look at the reflection of the rent roll. I tried to do last time, and seemed to be some objections. So feel free to look at the rest that are in place. They're there. I'd like to point out some of the space within the building is owner occupied. As you can see, I redact out owner occupied non-arm's length spaces, but I couldn't do that because they didn't declare to us which one is and which one isn't. And that's a little bit of, I kind of aware of it, but unless they hold out to us which one is, and they didn't in their INE because they didn't fill out their INE, they just had another financial. So there are a few rents in place which the agent will get to, which are included in my study, which will be redacted out simply because they are not arm's length. But having said that, even the book rents that are in place seem to be in line with what the market is. So as you can see, as we go through, the rents are in place. Tundra Oil and Gas are now known to be owner occupied, and redact that out, as well as Winnipeg Insurance Group. I believe that's all of them, right?
Windham, Tundra, and anything with Richards.
Yeah. Richards. That obviously the label Richards. So as you can see, when they have Richardson Limited International, like clearly I know that's Richardson, but the other companies, the two that I stated, they didn't hold out to us, and we didn't. So it doesn't change the study at all, because they were, like I indicated, the rent rates that they were declaring were in line with this performance. So as you can see on the next page, on page 33, it just highlighted their space. 12% or so at the end of the year, average of about 8. Vacancies are not point in time, but if you look at it at a point in time at the end of the year, you can, but however, throughout the year, it's about 8%. So if you would like to go through their stacking plan, it's on page 35. The spaces that are vacant labeled. I don't need to go through the cap rate information. We've already done that. I don't need to go through the case law indicating we don't include tenant inducements. We've already done that. As far as the study goes, we've already done that in pretty good detail. We see that the weighted average is $19.21 for the stabilized. As you can see, I put it just below that. Again, this isn't just look at the rent contract in place. You look at what it is, what the overall building's achieving, then you look to the marketplace what's being advertised, and then you make a decision. This is a bit below average. So, and again, when you're looking at it, your one standard deviation is within the green, within the 2 orange lines, which the median market is. So if you're right at average and it's a bit below average, just move the needle a little bit down, and it's a reflection of what it is. Same way as for the prior property being a bit greater in the marketplace. The average was about $19 and 21 cents stabilized, but you're gonna move the needle a little bit increase because it's more reflective of what the building is. It's more of a premium. It's a newer building, higher demand based on the work that was done to it. So, and that's a reflection of the asking price. So as we go through here, we see it 375 Main Street on page 44. We see the average starting in 2015 to 17. The weighted average is $16.76, $16.89, $17.17, and from 2018 to 2020, it's $17.53, $18.24, and $18. You see there are a number of these leases that looks in place, and the average is $18.17. So the average vacancy is again a little bit low because again they occupied a proportion of the building as our occupier, so you're naturally going to get a little bit of a lower rate of vacancy. So we have it at about 7.1%, which is right indicating what they were indicating to us. Obviously, this building would not be reserving big space for anchor tenants, as you see, which some of the higher degree of vacancy than other buildings, which were on the 30%, 20% level. There's a different reason for that. So, non-recoverables, they don't report 1 year, but typically they were hovering around 3%. So overall, it was 2.9%. Same as shortfall, they didn't report 1 year, not sure. But you see the numerical values out of there. So the next look at it is obviously the Johnson report, and you can see 375 Main Street, which is the second one down. For each of the years, they were reporting $20 asking rent to get into the building, and you see their associated shortfall and camp cost, as well as the vacancies that there is in the building as well. So we're right in line with market. We're right in line with what the study shows. It is slightly below average A of the 3 A's, but again, we're in below average A there, I think, for a reason. So it's just a matter that this is a little older. And again, we know our occupied put in a little less in the building, so we're being reflective about that a little bit less. Overall, if you look at page 46, is the concourse area, same comparables that we had last time. So we have an $18 concourse, what we have in place here. I don't think that's unreasonable. It's quite a bit on the conservative end. There's a bank space down there, which is CIBC, and then there's a Tim's and Mark Shells, I believe, as well. So there are good tenants there. So overall, we get back to the overall rates or the overall assessment that we put on the property. I feel $18.65 is reasonable, very reasonable, and quite in line with what the building is performing at. The concourse area is again rated appropriately. So for 118,619 billion, I think it's a fair assessment. I think it's appropriate today. More questions.
Mr. Slaughter, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pohl, the first question on page 5, you talked about a correction to the leasable area based on what you read on this page. The total retail space that they show on page 5, 44,114. The actual concourse area on your page 8 is 26,067 square feet, correct?
Yeah, no, I'm not asking for an increase.
No, I wouldn't think so, because you understand that the difference would likely be the separately assessed portion of the concourse.
Yeah, no, I pointed that out. This is just what there is on their website. Okay. So I didn't ask for the increase, and clearly it's about 560,000 square feet for the building, but the building itself, they have 589,000 square feet. Yeah,
just to make sure that we're clear on this. So there's no reason to even mention an increase because that additional square footage, the difference, is already assessed separately.
Yeah, no,
right. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, maybe I didn't make that clear enough. We're just doing the subject property description. I go through every OFA. There's a lot of they're an OFA for a reason. They have a right upon it. So I'm bringing them in as a property description for the board to see. So unless there's a where I think there is an error in rent area, I'll be asking for that or seeking that. In this case here, I just pointed out that there's a retail component as you walk down the other way that is separately, it's separately assessed, but not inclusive of the buildings. Make sense?
Thank you.
Good.
Maybe we just know the buildings too much. We just kind of gloss over a few small points that we shouldn't be.
Yeah, I don't think I'll spend too much. We talk a lot about the market and our interpretations of what's happening in the market. Shortfall, again, this your study shows it's over $20. The red ball indicates over $20. Would you agree that $15 applied is low?
Again, same rationale. We look at other roadways as well. That's model rent. But my study indicated what it did as well as the Johnson Portal was asking for.
Okay, and you mentioned on your page 22, total permit costs for this building were about 11 million, and that's considerably less than the other A's, correct?
For the time frame, from leading up to the last 7 years or so, yeah.
And this property is 50 years old at this point. Do either of those factors, or does either of that factor into your consideration of the capitalization rate?
Well, the capitalization rate would be inclusive of what the physical building is based on the income potential that they have. As we see, the income potential is what it is. If you're asking, would it, if those improvements would be done, we'd most likely be looking at a higher rent. Because you can naturally get that reflected in the higher rent because you have less costs associated with the building, right?
And a little different than the last few properties. On this property, you were really having the panel look at the actual rents in place and take a look at the actual rents in place. I think that's good. That's exactly what you should be doing. But as you mentioned, a considerable amount of space in this building is non-arm's length, correct?
Yeah. The only two tenants that I was not aware of was the ones you pointed out. Obviously, when it says Richardson Limited, they're occupied, but I did not know Tantra Gas was occupied. They don't indicate it on their rent roll, and then the other Woodward Insurance, they didn't indicate it either.
And back to your study though, they would have been included in your study despite your comment that, and I'm not blaming you. You would explain very clearly why this had happened. I completely understand, but to be clear, your study was not to include non-arm's length leases, correct? Yeah. Okay.
But to be clear, you're not like whenever you see a book rent, sometimes they're really low or high, but usually what owners do is they just put it in what they're building performing at. So, nothing stuck out there that would step out of my mind's eye, other than clearly when they have Richardson Limited mind there that their company, which one's down.
Okay, that's all the questions. Thank you.
Ms. Nesbitt?
No, I have no questions.
Just a question about square feet. So you said the actual was 534,066. The leasable is 485,960. Is that just mechanical, that sort of thing? Is that what the difference is?
No, just to be clear, on page 5, I think we just spoke to it again, but on page 5, they show that the office space is 489,952, and it's highlighted in blue. And we have 453,784. So realistically, it doesn't even give me posits right there. But what they're also showing is 4,000 square feet of retail, like Mr. Slaughter pointed out, and I guess I might have lost the word too quick. There is a larger concourse area that runs the other way, which is not on this roll. So although from their website it looks like it's 534, the number that we have in place at 43 is fine. I'm not asking for this area.
So this page 5 shows 489. Are you saying you used 483 or 485?
483,784, which summates to the income streams on page 8. And
When I add up the square footage you have for the two income streams, I get 485,960. Is my calculator doing something wrong? Can't be operator error.
485,960, yes. Not sure why the front cover page added up to something different. Honestly, I had a bit of a loss for that.
So should we use the 485,960?
Well, on the roll, we have 485,960, so yeah. But my point is, whether it's 43, 74, 489, or 485,960, that's really nominal. And then even if you use 489,952, as buildings move along in time for buildings this size,
Right.
like it's just natural variance in a building this size.
Sure.
It's not actually like a two-story building where, yeah, you shouldn't be able to 2,000 square feet or 2,000 square feet, but on a property this size.
It changes every day.
Yeah, I'm expecting that.
We have to settle on a number to use though. Should we be using the 485 or the 483?
The 485,960, which is on the two industries.
All right. So then on your summary, you don't show the square feet or the rent, you just show the potential rent. So if I was to divide that potential rent by 485,960, I would get a rent of 1861. You used 1865, correct?
1865, yeah.
Okay.
Which would be reflective of what's there. So let me remember for a minute. It is right. The 459,893 square feet, when you take into account the 8.5 million, is $18.65 a square foot.
All right. That's all my questions. Mr. Slaughter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Go right into the direct then. This is this property, actually, we're not too far apart on relatively compared to the last two. I'll just make a few comments about the building overall. I've been an occupant of this building since 2008. It is about 50 years old now. It was originally constructed in 1969. The areas, where we're coming off the rent roll, as Mr. Pohl said, there can be small variances. I get concerned when they're a bit larger, but the areas are fairly consistent between us. The thing about this building is there's considerable amount of space on the upper floors that I would consider non-arm's length. We examined on page 11 the recent leases being signed in 2020. And like the other Class A's, some of them will have to take quite a bit of TI when you get above $18, as is the case with Unit 820. But generally, this property averages about $17.70 a square foot in recent leases. And then on page 12, we go through all the leases in place. I've highlighted in purple the ones which are non-arm's length. And if we considered those at market, the average would be $18.27. And then we look to the rents that we talked about prior, cross Class A's, averaging $17.62. And you'll recall that our study of Class A, everything in place, all 190 leases in the Class A market as of April 1st, 2021, averaged $18.18 a square foot. So long story short, Mr. Chairman, is that number one, where we looked to the non-arm's length leases and tested at the market, it was a little bit higher than what we typically apply, but not significantly. So I left those as is. Number two, if I could ask you to turn to page 16. So thus far, what we've done is go through every rent, make a determination. We apply contractor market, and we've done that. But there are two leases which I wanted to bring up. Unit 2110 is the Winnipeg Symphony Orchestra, so over 5,000 feet. And if you go right across to the last column for that tenant, I'll just pause for a moment to let you find that. It's the sixth lease down on page 16. The actual face rent for that unit is $9.60 a square foot. And we have a similar case at unit 2400, about 3 leases down. The actual contract rent is only $7.55. So as with every other rent that we talked about in this hearing and on last Tuesday, anything that stands out, I investigate. And in this case, I talked to the owners, Bental, and I said, you know, those are low rents. Why? And there wasn't a valid explanation, like it was the nature of the negotiation or anything like that. In fact, they were negotiated before the market sort of turned. And the second consideration I looked at is both expire relatively soon. So these are factors that I look at when I'm looking at contract rents. If something seems off, either high or low, and it expires fairly shortly, and there is not a reasonable explanation of why it is what it is, I revert to market. So I hope this, now that we've kind of gone through 3 buildings, I'm hoping that the rationale that we apply, which is consistent, is starting to make sense in how we look at these rents. So we've applied market on those 2 units at $18 a square foot rather than the contract. And the resulting total market rent, potential market rent for the tower at the bottom of page 16 is $18.37 a square foot. That's very close to the city. As a matter of fact, what we then add that the city hasn't added is below the vacancy, we add 100,000, $144,000 for rooftop income. Mr. Chairman, we're now north of the city in the rents. The vacancy is increasing, and there are some, it's on an upward trajectory, but the stabilized is still below market, just barely. And in the end, we decided to accept the current vacancy allowance at 10%. Shortfall, though, we do not see any reason to apply $15. The actual is closer to 20. The market is closer to 20. We've applied $18 a square foot. So that is one difference going down rather than up. And the second big difference, of course, is non-recovered expenses. So I won't go through that again, but we are very adamant about this concept at the very least. We then add the rooftop income. And then the second place, or third place, I guess, where we vary is on the capitalization rate. So if you do recall, we had gone through our study, walked through our analysis, and our conclusions were consistent with the conclusions we had last cycle, that the cap rate should be no less than 6.25%. But you've heard presentations on 2 other properties today, where for reasons that I hope I articulated, we did decrease the capitalization rate. I am not doing that for the Richardson building. Number one, although they have a great plan in place for refurbishment, and this is nothing against the building at all, it is now falling behind the other 2 because of the attention that they've put in. And again, that doesn't escalate them above, it keeps them competitive, keeps their heads above water. But anybody who's not keeping up will temporarily fall behind. And the second reason is, this is a 50-year-old building. And while I thoroughly enjoy being a tenant to this building, I particularly love the architecture, actually, the modernist architecture. It's a bit aged. So these are the reasons why I think we would not vary from our conclusions on Class A capitalization rate. We would apply 6.25%. Then on page 19, we look at the concourse. Our area is a little bit less than the city, but you'll see based on our analysis, we have a higher income. Again, we're higher on our rents. The only differences here are that, again, we would apply the non-recovered expense. We would apply the higher shortfall. And, well, that's it. We'd accept the vacancy and the capitalization rate as it stands. So really, Mr. Chairman, this presentation is more about the non-recovered expenses and the capitalization rate. Because through our analysis, we're actually a bit higher than the city on the rents. On page 20, we have the conclusion of our presentation, where we are asking for a revised value of 107,552. And I think that concludes our presentation, Mr. Chairman. I don't think there's anything else. The stacking plan has been shown, rent roll has been discussed. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Paul,
Quick question. Would you agree that they declared that it was 6,206,000 for their NOI for the year, for the 2020 year?
Correct.
And all things being equal, the point of contention that the city has is that 220,000 or some odd dollars to the rent, as well as 1.5 million in tenant inducements.
Sorry, say that
Would
again.
you agree that the contention on the actual rental from the city standpoint is the 1.5 million in tenant inducements and the 220,000 in free rent?
Yeah, again, I don't believe in those kind of adjustments, and I also don't believe in using income statements without proper analysis as which presents a modified lease fee analysis for a fee simple valuation.
As far as the vacancy, you have no issues with the vacancy, given the fact that it is performing better than, but having said that, it is also a larger portion of our occupied space.
Yeah, well, when we look at the vacancy, we look at the 3-year stabilized, which hovers a little lower than the market, but we also look at the trajectory of the vacancy. And this one is trending upwards. It's north of the market at the reference date, but it's not enough for us to sway from the market.
Okay, so $18.37 is what you feel your overall rental rate is at market for this building, correct? Can I ask you then why, for a building that is 50 years old, dated, and you see that there's considerably less permit work developed, especially in the last 10 years or so, leading up to the reference date, why for 360 Main and 201 Portage 360 Main, you chose 1774 for a much updated building, better building, as well as 201 Portage at $17.49. Those are two buildings that had heavy investments. And yet those buildings, you have a significant lowering of almost $1 per square foot.
Yeah, so I'll go through that again. 201 Portage, and I tried to explain exactly why we did what we did in every rent in that building. But keep in mind, 8% of that building is substandard space. So that's going to change both your vacancy and your overall rents. But at the end, the market rent I applied there was slightly higher than the Richardson building. And I feel it was a very strong indication of the actual performance of the property, but in a fee simple viewpoint. With 360 Main, we cannot ignore the fact that 1/3 of the building now has a rent that it does, that is based on two parties coming to a conclusion. That on the other end decreases the risk. So we've recognized that on the cap rate. For the subject property, while 1/3 is non-arm's length, I didn't feel it necessary to vary too much from that. But the fact is, if they weren't occupants here, we would have a very different situation. So it's a bit of an awkward comparison because of the fact it's 1/3 owner occupied.
So essentially from the 360 Main, it's $11.45 you feel is still at market, even though the entire marketplace of all three OFAs doesn't have that rent other than that tenant.
100%. They are locked into that lease now until 2030. It was arm's length. I verified it with the parties. I have no reason why I would veer from that as an indication. I mean, the fact is, you think it's out of whack because your study doesn't contemplate it. So it's kind of a cart before the horse. You draw the line in your study at December 2020, so you've ignored the largest lease in the Class A market and indicative of the market forces at the time.
And yet, when we see, just so we're clear, none of the property owners ask for anything less than an $18 level rent.
Asking rents mean nothing in this
Putting up
market.
just $20 to $22.
Yeah, again, asking rents mean nothing in this market. It's hopeful.
That's all the questions I have.
Ms. Nesbitt.
No questions, thank you.
I'm again after the square footage and your PNMI. When I calculate that, I get $18.50 as the combined rent. Does that seem correct?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, so you're looking on page 20?
I am on page 20, yes.
Yeah, I'll just check that. Sounds like likely correct. 1850, yes.
Okay. And I thought you said at one point you accepted the city's cap rate, but it's at 6.04 and you're at 6.29, correct?
Yeah, no, sorry, Mr. Chairman, maybe I misspoke. I am accepting the cap rate that we have concluded from our study.
Oh,
If you recall, we went through what we have done in last cycle, we argued 625 successfully. And, we went through everything and said 625 is the appropriate cap to use on Class A. And that was my conclusion. But it just so happens that the last two buildings, for reasons that I hope I articulated, I adjusted that downwards.
sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all my questions. Summaries? Mr. Paul?
Other than removing of the tenant inducements and the free rent, which we don't allow for, their NOI is greater than what our model predicted. The rents in place are a little bit below the average, but right in line with what they're asking in the building and what the design in the building. So I think it's a pretty fair assessment. But the board has to make a decision on tenant inducements and obviously free rent, which I'm not going to go into Aussie about. We have multiple case laws that say we don't do that.
Good. Mr. Slaughter?
I think just to mention, Mr. Chairman, that I trust that the panel understands now between the three buildings, the rationale that we take and how that the blended market rent at the end may be higher or lower than other properties, but that's the nature of what's actually happening within the property. And I don't think it's appropriate to say, well, they could have done better, so we'll assess it as such. We need to look at the realities and we apply market where necessary. And sometimes that means we're higher and sometimes it means we're lower. And now that we have the three, I hope that that rationale makes sense.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll then draw this to a close and adjourn our session at this point. We will
Can I just ask-
find a date for additional ones.
May I ask one question?
Yes,
Is the other panel member going to be joining us for the OFB portion? Or are we going to continue on as a two panel?
that I don't know. And we're now we've got two slightly different panels. We'll have to figure out what we're doing with the third time. What's the tiebreaker here?